exec session on personnel, and we recessed from that, and we will be going back into exec session after the end of this meeting. So we're making that change. But at this point, we will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. All right. We are almost ready. I need 1 second to fix something here. All right. We are ready for our student input as our first item, and we have 2 students on Zoom. We have Marcus and Ivan from Gibson Eck High School. So if they are out there in Zoom, they can go ahead and turn on their video and audio and go ahead with the input. Good. I see we have Ivan. And then, there we go.
Hello.
Excellent. You were able to unmute. Perfect. And then I
Yes.
see Marcus. All right. Why don't you guys go ahead and provide us your input?
Ivan, would you like to start?
Yeah. I think that input for the school is that at least it has a very powerful long-term function. Like my first 2 years, I know it's the same system for everybody where, you know, you're not doing amazing things as a freshman, of course, but I feel like I struggled a little bit, but the struggle kind of carried me and allowed me to get to really amazing places. I was trying to really find my path sophomore year, and of course, COVID did not help. But by the time I got back into in-person school, the amount of work I accomplished and the amount I felt like I'd grown as a person, with now in senior year leading community events and being a teacher in certain D labs, aka electives that we have, is really empowering to me, and I can't wait for other kids to experience this too, and keep the system going and teach other kids.
Great. Thank you. And then Marcus.
All right, yeah, that's my buddy Ivan, fellow senior. I believe my advisor at Victoria is here. I'm not sure though. I just want to start off by saying that I would not have gotten into Western University's industrial design program if I had not attended Gibson Eck, because more than likely I would have no idea what I actually be wanting to do. Gibson introduced me to my current passion, which is 3D printing and computer-assisted design, which influenced many of my projects going forward throughout my 4 years. For example, I created a smartphone enclosure for a tech startup company, and I used 3D printing to prototype it and programs like Fusion 360 to actually design it. And so I was working with my mentor, Christina, who was the CEO of the company, in order to bring that into fruition. And more recently, I've been designing and building my own 3D printer that I've compiled the parts list for, and I have a full design in Fusion 360. And it also,
unfortunately, you keep breaking up, and I don't know if there's anything either side can do about that. Probably not. All right, you can try to keep going.
Okay, I apologize. It also helped me grow my leadership skills quite a bit. For example, I wrote a grant for $22,000 for our school's 3D printing space, which consisted of a lot of new equipment. And I've just been teaching students within that space, younger students like freshmen and sophomores, how to use the equipment to their advantage in school. And so on all, I think that I'm a great example of what's possible at a school like Gibson Eck. And that's about all I had to say.
Oh, great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I'm glad you both have been super successful at Gibson Eck High School. And you two can stay there because I think you two are the ones related to Gibson Eck. And now it's time to talk to our seniors about graduation. So now our seniors can go up to the podium and make sure that that's on, and go ahead and introduce yourselves because we want to know your names and what school you're from. Yeah, we have to make sure that microphone's on.
Mic check.
Yeah, there we go. I think we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Shall I start? All right, so all four of us here are seniors from Issaquah School District, all from different schools. My name is Ethan Doan. First to be up here. I'm from Liberty High School, and I'll be graduating this year, as all of us are. After high school, have some fun in the summer, go hang out with my friends, and then I'll be moving to New York, starting class in 2022. As a freshman, I'll be at NYU, Tisch School of the Arts, learning film and television, and I hope to get a bachelor's in that and, get a career in film from there on. All right, thank you.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Erin Taylor-Key. I'm from Issaquah High School. I'm senior class president, and my plans after high school include going to Loyola University Chicago and majoring. Did you go?
I'm from Chicago.
Oh yeah! Oh, that's awesome. Okay. I'm going to Loyola University Chicago, and I'm going to major in political science with a minor in advocacy and social change.
Wow. Good. Good.
Hi, I'm Angela. I'm also from Issaquah High School. I'm the senior class council vice president. My plans after high school is going to UW and studying speech and hearing sciences, and hopefully I can get a master's in that in the future.
Excellent. Good.
Hi, my name is Sophie Walters, and I am from Skyline High School. I'm the treasurer in the class council, and my plans for next year is I'm going to go to Southern California to attend Claremont McKenna College. I'm currently undecided, but I want to probably major in political science or psychology. I'm incredibly grateful for all the resources and my teachers to prepare me for my next chapter. And all four of us want to invite you guys to our graduation.
Excellent. We're so excited for all the graduations.
Look at that.
Awesome. So the class of 2022, and we have all four on there, right? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, all four, because
We
we,
got Gibson Eck, Liberty, Issaquah, and Skyline. Yeah, all four.
right. So let's see, Gibson Eck is the 10th of June, and then the other three are on the 9th of June. Excellent. And I'm pretty sure the whole board is very excited to go to graduation. It's one of those things that is actually the best thing of the whole year, because you are our successes as you move on from high school on to your next chapter. So we're very excited for graduation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, that can stay here. And then we will see you all there for graduation. And I think at some later time we can, I don't know that we're doing like real speeches. I think we're just accepting.
Yeah.
I think we're just accepting. I don't know if you all know what you want, or we can just talk about it later. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, about which school for which, but we're very excited for graduation. All right. All right, so we're on to the rest of public input. And first up on that part of public input, and I'm going to start with those in the room, and then if there's anybody on Zoom, we'll take those. This part of public input is for items not on the agenda. So if there are any items, and I was going to say, Ivan, you're welcome, since you're one of our student reps, to stay on as long as you'd like. You don't have to keep your video on for the whole meeting, but if you do want to chime in at any point, then you can turn your video back on and raise your hand, and then we'll realize that you want to chime in. So feel free to engage with us, but you don't have to keep your video on the whole time. All right, so for public input, this is for items not already on the agenda. So if there are anything related to the budget and the program review, leave that until we get to that particular item. At this point, we just ask you to go to the microphone, state your name, the area of the district or your connection to the district. And then we just ask that your input be kept to 2 minutes. I know somebody here is representing a group and that's 3. And I have a timekeeper here who will help me keep track. And we will go ahead. And so the first one up is Angela McSwain.
Blind people. I'm old. Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Hi, my name is Angela McSwain. I am the president of the ISD School Bus Drivers. As an Issaquah School District employee, I was shocked and deeply disappointed to learn that the school board had decided not to renew the contract of CFO Jacob Cooper. As someone who has worked closely with Mr. Cooper, I hope I can offer some insight that will lead the board to a different decision. I have sat across the negotiating table from Mr. Cooper year after year, contract after contract. He is a skilled negotiator, tough but fair, exactly the person you want holding the purse strings. Even when my position is opposite him, which is often, I find him a compassionate person, eminently reasonable, a creative thinker, and strongly committed to the best interest of the district and its employees. Mr. Cooper's leadership during COVID-19 pandemic has brought IST to where it is today, open for in-person learning with the safety of students and employees as a top priority. With no handbook to follow, ISD, like all districts, struggle with the hard issues with learning models, student and staff safety, providing nutrition to students in need, distributing electronics, providing PPE to staff, procuring vaccines, and setting up clinics for staff who wish to participate. Mr. Cooper had a direct hand in implementing each and every one of these solutions. Without his astute fiscal leadership, ISD would have floundered immeasurably. The loss of Mr. Cooper's historical knowledge, particularly with regard to the district's pandemic response, and even more particularly at a time when our current superintendent and deputy superintendent will both be leaving the district, would be devastating. Jacob Cooper exemplifies the ideal public servant, someone who serves the community without regard for their own personal beliefs. Mr. Cooper's personal thoughts were thrust into public view last year when he expressed on his private social media his doubts about the wisdom of public health mandates. But watching his actions in the year prior to that single post and the year since, you would have had no idea how he felt. I certainly didn't. Jake has consistently protected the health and safety of ISD staff, personally monitoring supplies of PPE, spearheading district vaccine clinics, and individually thanking employees for getting vaccinated. If only all public employees could put aside their personal views and selflessly serve the communities as Mr. Cooper has. Mr. Cooper has demonstrated that selfless service for as long as I've worked for ISD, and all along the way has made ISD look good. His fiscal stewardship has propelled this district forward in the face of vast changes in growth, both in student enrollment and the need for qualified employees. I wish the parents of this district knew how much they are indebted to this man. What an inestimable loss it would be to dismiss somebody with the skills, knowledge, and selflessness Mr. Cooper has demonstrated throughout his 17-year career with the district. I ask that you do the right thing and renew Mr. Cooper's contract. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
And I should have indicated before this, as it's called, public input. So this is an opportunity for you to give input. It's not a dialogue with the board. So thank you very much. Thank you. All right. It's just part of my spiel that I forgot to say. So next up is Danielle Zielinski. Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. If this is input related to the budget cuts, then yes, let's wait. Now I see, I realize that the next people all on this list are all related to the budget cuts. So thank you. Yes, wait back there. And when we get to that item after we have our intro, then I'll go through this list because I don't see anybody else on this list that has anything that's not related to the budget. And then is there anybody on Zoom who wants to give input on something not related to the budget or program reduction? And I don't see any hands. Okay. So we can move on. Thank you for catching that one for me. And now we're on to the approval of the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
All right, the consent agenda is a meeting management tool. It has items on it that all of the board has reviewed, and it gives us an opportunity to approve all the items with one motion. So all those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so the consent agenda is approved. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we will go into our first, which is our very big topic of the 2022-2023 budget and program review. We'll start with a motion as that item has one.
I move the board approve the proposed 2022-23 program/service reductions estimated at 11.38 million as presented by the administration.
Second.
All right, so now we'll turn it over to you, Superintendent, to give us a lead in on this item. We'll hear from you. And as we do in kind of our normal cadence, that'll be an opportunity for us to take the public input for those that are both in the room and if there's somebody on Zoom, and then the board will have its discussion. As long as that's all good with the board to go through it that way. All right. I'll turn it over to you.
Right. Thank you, President Moore. And I do have staff here supporting me in this important conversation tonight as well. As you'll recall, during our last school board meeting, the staff and I went through the structural deficit issue confronting our school district. At the meeting, we shared that we believe the district needs to address this budget issue through program reductions and a reduction in force. We listened to the school board and reviewed the board's adopted budget development parameters as we worked on our program reduction Riff proposal. I do want to acknowledge and thank our amazing community for their support of our recent levies. As I had previously shared, had either our EP&O or capital levy failed, the magnitude of the cuts would be significantly greater. We are very happy and relieved all three of our levies are passing, and we look forward to their certification from King County elections in the coming days. Now, I will say that our happiness and frankly relief is tempered by the fact that even these levies even with these levies, our structural deficit remains. As a result, I provided the board with a proposal to reduce some 11.4 million in programs, which includes a reduction in force. To be perfectly clear, no one wants to cut anything out of the ISD. It's a sad day when I have to recommend cuts of programs and people, most of which I recommended to you all we add or hire over the past decade. Like the cuts we made last year, I feel strongly that the programs and the individuals that will be impacted by these reductions have served us well. That's what makes this feel so terrible. As we contemplate the loss, as we look back on last year and we contemplate the loss of things such as the professional learning coaches that were cut last year, among many other things, the instructional coaches or PBS coaches or the teachers on special assignment and all the other support positions, it truly hurts. We know these programs and the people behind them have done some outstanding work supporting our employees and our students. We also recognize that these reductions will impact our ability to serve our staff, students, and families in a timely manner and to the level we might want to support them. All of us from leadership and our families and in our community will have to adjust our expectations of service to match our program and staffing levels. I absolutely worry about the impact of these reductions. I will say, however, as the outgoing superintendent, I also worry about putting the district in a fiscal position that could literally lead to a form of public school bankruptcy that would put the state in greater control of our local school district. I would argue that while this hurts, it is the responsible thing to do. Having said that, I also recognize that there are many, many opinions as to what programs should be reduced. My team and I have been agonizing over this problem for a few weeks, and I have truly appreciated and respect the opinion of these experienced educational leaders. I also understand the criticism that many of the proposed cuts are in the programs that are mostly or partly funded by our local levies. And why would we need to make cuts if we just passed new four-year levies? To that end, I would remind everyone that we developed these levies starting back in the fall, even before the most recent legislative session began. And I, for one, had greater hopes for some additional state support for the ISD. We now know exactly how much revenue we are getting from the state, as well as what additional cost we must assume going forward. Yes, we are proposing reductions to levy-funded programs, but if we don't do that, I believe we will have to cut closer to the classroom in order to get the type of savings that we need to start getting our revenue and expenditures better aligned. Our levies will be more critical than ever at helping us maintain the actual classroom and school day experience for our students. We are not proposing cuts to school counselors and mental health counselors, nurses, or a general increase in class size based on what we heard from the school board and the community. Finally, and before the team and I go over the proposal, I do want to remind the board and public that while we are talking about specific program reductions here tonight, staffing the school district is an ongoing process, and reducing these programs does not mean we will not be making staffing decisions in the coming weeks. We are looking at problem areas of the district that could have us reprioritize FTE from one building to another, or even bringing in some different level of support that a school might need based on our data and experiences this past year. Staffing is a complex process that is kind of ongoing. So at this time, I'd like to go through a slide deck that helps explain some of our thinking and rationale, and of course, take questions from the board. I do have cabinet level staff here tonight to help address any questions that might come up. So I see we've got our slide deck up. Our CFO, Mr. Cooper, and Executive Director, Mr. Turney, are both here. I do want to point out that the slide deck only contains items that are in the blurb that is also attached to the board agenda. But I thought it was a kind of a better, more visual way. So if we could go to the first slide, please. The first slide shows us kind of an enrollment history dating back to the 05-06 school year. And you can see, and much like the previous decade prior to that, we've been on a pretty steady growth curve in the ISD. In fact, most of the last 30 years, we experienced student enrollment growth. And then you see what happens starting in the 2020-21 school year, and you see a fairly dramatic drop in enrollment, followed by yet another drop in enrollment, followed by what we are predicting or projecting as a drop in the coming school year as well. That's really important because, as I know the board knows, but it's important for the public to understand too, school districts receive their funding based on their enrollment. So that's a big driver of our apportionment from the state. And so when you lose students, you lose revenue. So you have to right size to the amount of students that you have. So you can see that our enrollment peaked, as I said, in 2019-20, just over 20,000 FTE for the district. We have seen a decline to 19,141 for the 2021 as families moved out of state or no longer enrolled in public education during the pandemic. You can also see, and I won't read every one of these bullets, but our elementary enrollment has been most impacted in the decline, and the projected enrollment is actually even down some for next year as well. The overall result of which over a 3-year period would be a decline of enrollment of 1,760 students. That equates to nearly or approximately $26,300,000 less in operating revenue in 2022 dollars. We have also during that time seen labor and other costs increase dramatically during the pandemic and just before it as well. So as we explained at the last meeting, our problem is we have increasing costs and declining revenues. So our financial outlook, we will continue to face student enrollment declines or stagnation. I do believe that ultimately we will see begin to see a tick up in enrollment again, but it's just very difficult to predict when that might happen and to what extent it might happen.
Superintendent, if I can just inject real quickly.
Please.
The kindergarten class inbound is the smallest I've seen in my tenure here as well. So just updated kindergarten enrollment today. It's an anemic 1,100, almost less than 1,100. So historically, you would get about 100, 125 kids between now and October. That'll put that class at about maybe high 1100s, which is a very small kindergarten class. Thank you. I could not see anything. I don't know why we had the mood lights on. I really could not see at all. I apologize.
Thank you, Director Eggers, for
Thank
that.
you. That's why I went back there. I asked somebody, could somebody turn the lights up so I could see the paper? I apologize. But to Superintendent's point, the enrollment picture throughout this year, even with the opening of brick and mortar school and even the lessening of the mask mandates, which you thought would bring back some students, has not. We've not seen, and then I'm also quite concerned about, there is some low birth rates out there as well. So not only will you be facing $20 to $30 million deficits in the out years, you also have continuing decline in enrollment.
Well, and I would note, as Mr. Cooper was pointing out too, the bulk of our declines still exist in the elementary grades. So as we have said before, our high schools are at their highest enrollment we've ever seen. Our middle school enrollment has held strong, but our elementary enrollment has been really impacted.
We had in our peak elementary classes close to 1,800, 17 and change. And now, as you can, if you have examined any of the historical or current enrollment, you see them in that 13, 14, 1,200. So significantly less in the elementary years.
I would just use this opportunity to remind those in our community that do have school age children, particularly elementary age children, the Issaquah School District is a great place for children to learn and grow. And I would encourage you to consider re-enrolling your child. We've also, staff has done an incredible job of mitigating the impacts of the pandemic, and we will continue to do that. And I would just encourage folks to take a second look at the ISD if you don't have a child enrolled here now. Kind of back to our financial outlook. You will note that we will have an ending fund balance of 26 million, kind of the savings account for a school district. And if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but our annual operating budget is somewhere in the neighborhood of 360 million.
Mid 350s now. Next year with inflation on the increased labor costs, even with reductions, I put that around almost 365, 370-ish.
So point being, 26 million is it's a big number. It's a lot of money, but as a percentage of our overall operating budget, it's not nearly as significant as you might think.
I believe last week it's about 35 days of cash on hand, maybe less than a month. So it's not even it is not two payroll cycles worth of cash. It's one payroll cycle because we're running, some of our payrolls are close to 20 million a month. So you can do the math pretty quickly. It is not a lot of days of cash on hand. It does sound like a lot of money when you're like, that's $26 million. It is a lot of money, but not an operation with 3,500 paychecks a month, and an organization our size. So
In an organization that runs about $1 million a day on the calendar year, or $2 million a day on the school year calendar.
correct, Superintendent.
You'll note that that's a decrease of 16.3 million, or a reduction of 38.5% in your reserve balance in 1 year. As the board knows, you adopted a budget deficit last year of 15 million. Because we had fund balance money, that's why you were able to do that. And I'm thankful that we had that money when the time came and we really needed it. I won't go into great detail about it, but because we've talked about it a lot here before, we were also a district that received some of the lowest amount of ESSER funds of any district. And certainly as a percentage of our budget, I'm sure we were very near the bottom in receiving ESSER funds. So we have spent significantly more to mitigate against the pandemic than we received in the federal relief dollars.
To put it into perspective for the board and the community, is at the very start of the pandemic, we had to place employees on paid administrative leave, not knowing, if you recall in the pandemic, there was a hard age cutoff. It was 55 or 60 to start with. And at that point in time, we did not know what to do with our high-risk employees. So what a lot of districts did was place them on paid administrative leave till we determined if they were safe to return, et cetera. That putting employees first and ensuring their safety as we learned how to deal with the pandemic, there was a $6 million spend on paid administrative leave at that point in time. We received $6.1 or $2 million in traditional ESSER funds. We have another $800,000 for special education. But when you look at the $7 million total that is bantied about, remember OSPI also took 10% of that original allocation. So we ended up with about 6.1 or 6.2 million. But to put it in perspective, we almost spent the whole allocation of ESSER had it been dedicated to that for our paid administrative leave to keep our employees safe during the pandemic.
That's right. We also lobbied hard back in the fall to get some of that 10% set aside from OSPI, and were given a hard no. So we do not believe the financial position is sustainable unless the district reduces programs to align revenue with these expectations. There is a no action scenario, which if the board didn't want to do this year, would result in an end fund balance of 21.5 million for 22-23 and leaves a total operating budget deficit for the 23-24 school year of almost $33 million. So if we don't take action, the problem just gets bigger. In that no action scenario, the Issaquah School District will be insolvent at the end of the fiscal year 23-24 with a fund balance in the red of over $11 million.
Which means you would actually be insolvent probably about this time of year, springtime of 23-24, if you did nothing.
And at that point, then you have a situation where the state comes in.
You would be taken under receivership and then the state would take binding controls over your finances. That's what would occur.
So this is just a more graphic demonstration of the fund balance trend. If there was following a no action, and you can see what happens in that 23-24 year as projected. Go ahead and then here's more of a numerical look at the 2-year outlook for no action or action of the proposal that is before you here tonight. And you can see that it just shows you what we just showed you graphically in terms of numbers and how you land at a negative fund balance of over 3% or an $11 million hole at the end of the 23-24 school year.
I also want to point out that team and I, particularly myself, I was conservative with the $5 million number, as I often get accused of being too conservative on my financial outlook on the out years, knowing also that we're likely to lose $4 or $5 million in levy collection, which is not modeled in that number. So we have $5 million that's modeled just for inflationary increases and contractual labor increases, but we know that the levy hold harmless that was passed is only for 1 year. So if that is not extended, then the district again will be in a place where they'll lose $4 or $5 million in levy collection the following year.
And based on my observations and listening to legislators from the last session, I have zero expectation that any more hold harmless will go forward. So this is what really has me concerned about our fiscal stability going forward. And so that's why beginning a few weeks ago, starting to recommend that we begin to take action to chip away at this problem now. We did so last year and then this year. I would love to be able to say this would be it, but I can't say that. We don't know what the outcome of next year's longer legislative session will be. I'm hopeful that legislators will see that we are not alone in the Issaquah School District and that there is some structural problems, I would argue, in K-12 funding, and that if they don't take action, this problem just gets worse and worse. So I think we have to be mindful of our own fiscal house. We can plan for the worst and hope for the best.
And unfortunately for the board and the new superintendent, they'll be having to deal with a budget issue of a large magnitude in the first year of a long session, which means you'll have to likely make your financial decisions fairly blind in the spring. First off, given the magnitude, and second off, given that it's going to go into the midterms, and we know what happens in Olympia, an election season. Sometimes they get out early and raise money. Other times they can go long. So, but that being said, the first year of the biennium, as you know, is a long session. That means you'll likely be having to make budget decisions blind in the springtime. By blind, I mean not having legislative revenue intact.
Yeah. So I did want to show in the next slide the graphic of what the fund balance looks like with the proposed reductions before you here tonight.
Sorry, Superintendent. Mr. Attorney wanted to point out that obviously those numbers would not be in compliance with the board's budget parameters.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. I certainly would not want to set up the person who succeeds me in this job with the inability to be in compliance. Our goal is to always be in compliance with board policy. So yeah, that path would not keep the superintendent in compliance. So with the proposed reductions, you do see that you would actually build back a little bit of that fund balance up to about 9%. And Mr. Cooper, what traditionally has been the average fund balance in the state of Washington for public school districts?
Statewide, last I looked, I think here between about a 12% fund balance.
That's what I recall as well.
Right. And it is the Goldilocks of all numbers, as you've heard me say many, many times over many years at the podium, that there's no perfect amount of fund balance. I would like to point out the only way to eliminate a deficit is to increase your fund balance, right? That's how accounting works. If you save money and you eliminate your deficit, your fund balance will grow. That's why you would have a surplus position. In these last few years, we've been in a deficit position. You've seen the fund balance erode. And remember that money can only be spent one time. And the fund balance has been built up over years and years and years of surplus, deficit, et cetera. And it hasn't been thoughtfully, or I won't say it hasn't been planned to be spent down until the last three years of time. So we have planned to spend the fund balance down because we had reserves. I would recommend, obviously, trying to eliminate your deficit and matching it to your revenue expectations over the next few cycles. However, that is going to build your fund balance as you do it, and then ready yourself for, obviously, a recession that is coming in the next 24 to 36 months. I know I'm starting to be rosy tonight, but those are all the headwinds that you're going to be facing. Those are my personal opinions, but.
So what this chart is saying is that we take the action in the motion tonight and we look a little better in 22, 23, but without any further action or input from the legislature, we still start to crash and burn again in 23, 24.
Yes, Dr. Weaver, that's correct.
Just wanted to clarify.
Just wanted to touch on the fact that we've been here before, sadly. This was our prior year reductions. And of course, you'll recall that last year, and the timing of this is always terrible. I know it always hits in the spring, but we do have some statutory things that we're working up against. One, we're doing budget development, but we also have a May 15th statutory deadline to notify our continuing employees if they will have work going forward. Last year, the legislators were still in session when we had our initial meeting. They did complete the session. It did drive some additional resources to the district, which the board then had the opportunity to restore some of the program cuts that we had brought forward. And I'm glad that we were able to do that. I know it helped us through the course of this past year, which has been very challenging. But we still took quite a bit out of this system last year as well. And I don't want us to forget that this has been a multi-year process. I mean, one of the things is, even as Mr. Cooper was just speaking, it takes years to build a fund balance. It took months to spend it down. And so, this has been a tough process. So if we could go to the next slide, the 22-23 reductions, We have taken great care in determining at what level the district can guarantee employment for the coming fiscal year. Given the severity of the revenue shortfall and significant increases in expenditures, our labor contracts, the inflation that we're all feeling, a large COLA this year, IPD-based COLA because of that inflation, new building operating cost. I mean, we're thrilled that we were able to open 2 new schools this year. Again, thank you to our voters for their past support of that, but costs are going up. So the district must ensure then the contractual obligations for fiscal year 22-23 do not result in a poor financial condition or insolvency. That's what this is about. So we did a calculation of a reduction in force threshold or Riff line as determined by the need to save a targeted amount of funds, FTE following the IEA collective bargaining agreement. For example, a special education staff member who was reduced is likely to be recalled in 22-23 and therefore not counted in a targeted amount. So we have to go for a larger amount, knowing, and there's the good news side of this. Yes, there's a RIF process, but it's immediately followed by a recall process. And we just don't know how many resignations and retirements we're going to get and what areas they're going to be in. So we're in this place where we're trying to align that. Obviously, we want to try to save as many jobs as we possibly can, because that's how we serve our students and we serve our community. But we've got to go through this process and to better align our system. Additional budget reductions of an estimated $21.5 million will be needed to balance the district's future operating budgets based on current projections for the fiscal year 23-24. And this is where, again, we're hoping for some significant help from Olympia. So put your lobbying hats on, everybody, and our friends in our labor groups. We need to help tell the story of public ed, tell the story of the ISD to try to help us in that regard. So what we've proposed here tonight in order to remain financially stable and comply with board budget parameters is the following program reductions would be needed. And again, there is nothing on this list that doesn't cause me heartache and pain. I can remember the conversations that happened in our old Holly Street building or in this building when we talked about, hey, if we can bring this into the system, it will help us accomplish a goal or achieve the work towards the board's mission. So I have personal ownership in a lot of these things, and I think I'll stand by the ideas at the time, but it does make it extra painful to have to contemplate having to make these reductions. Our effort was to try to stay as far away from the classroom as we can. And I know people say, well, how can you say that if you're proposing the cut of a PBSES coach or an instructional coach? And the reality is, when I talk about the classroom, I'm talking about the classroom teacher and the students and the environment of that room. And that's not to say that these other support positions don't do tremendous help in providing professional development and just in time PD and supports or behavioral supports. I certainly recognize that, but in most cases, these are not people who are directly interfacing with students on a daily basis. They may be interfacing with a small number of students, but the goal, you will notice here that minus some secondary level support staffing for math and science, we did not bring forward an increase in class sizes. Yeah.
Last budget cycle, there was some confusion about the language you're using. I want to make sure.
A little bit louder.
Oh yeah, hold your mic up close to there,
I think I
Mr.
might have
Cooper.
turned it off already.
Oh, yeah.
It would help if it's on.
Yeah.
To be, and just to put a finer point on that, Superintendent Thiele, we are not recommending any changes in our class size allocation models.
Right.
So
Yes, yes. Class sizes will vary for a lot of
yes,
factors.
we
But
allocate
the
class
allocation
size
model is not changing.
across a whole, an example, a whole building at a secondary school. But there are different portions of FTE that we're discussing this evening that aren't in our general class size allocation model. So those would be the math and the science pathways. Those
Right.
will result in larger class sizes in some cases.
They could, yeah, and likely they
Yep.
would, but there's also some levers that you can pull when building your schedule and things like that. And I recognize that as well.
And then Superintendent, would it be other question that we have every budget cycle is, and some budget reductions, and the Superintendent and I talked earlier, this is unfortunately over our tenure, the fourth time we've had to do a reduction in force of staff. We added most of these programs together in his
Mhm.
office over the years with colleagues and the board, and it's very difficult. But I also want to address why there's not a significant amount of administrative reductions on the table. And over the years, would you bring up the slide, please? Over the years, we have purposely kept our administrative overhead very low. And in fact, we have the lowest administrative overhead in the county. And then today I did a statewide look of where Issaquah is in overhead. That spreadsheet is available on OSPI. Of course, I filtered it a little bit and formatted it for easy reading. But on that sheet, I think there's 300 plus districts because we have some of the tribal schools and some of the charters. You'll note that that's the lowest overhead as a percentage. Of the 314 districts, I think that are on that, we're number 6 as the lowest overhead. No district close to us has a few amount of administrative overhead than we do. The closest one in King County is number 30 on there, and that would be Shoreline. So we're at 9.59% in the most recently completed fiscal year. The closest district to us in King County would be Shoreline at 11.38. That's 2% more in overhead at our closest neighboring district in the county. So we've always run lean. We continue to run lean. And so when I do hear claims about why aren't you cutting administration, there seems to be so many, that is not brought out in the data and has not been the case for as long as I've been the CFO of the school district. So I just want to put a bright, fine point on that, is that we have very low administrative overhead and continue to do so. And in fact, the only districts that have lower have online schools, which inflate their FTE, and they have a less need for administrative overhead. So if you look there, who's above us, it's Quileute and OMAC, et cetera. And they're running overheads of 3 to 6%. So I thought it was, I have received that message. I do want to make sure that we have these conversations with data and facts and not, I know that there's a lot of emotion around it, but at the same time, that figure has held true 2 decades in a row, 15 years, we've been the lowest, 20 years, we've been the lowest overhead. And I did want to take a look at the statewide level. So we are low by any measure when it comes to administrative overhead. So, and that's why we've been able to, when we had structural issues, keep afloat and put that money in the classroom. So,
Jake,
sorry.
I think the other thing that's really important about this chart, though, is because a lot of people out there use the word administrative to mean a lot of different things. But when you look at the chart that you keep in the guide to understanding the budget, which says that we're at 8.8%, there's central administration, which I think is what most people consider admin, and there's building administration. And of our total of what we call admin costs, 45% of that is at the building level. It's principals and assistant principals
And their support secretaries.
and
et cetera.
their supports.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anybody is rushing to say we have too many principals or APs. When you just go to that central admin column and you look at the total number of 16.6 million, we're looking at total program cuts of 11.4? Yeah, 11.4. There's no way you can get that kind of money out of your central admin budget. It's just not big enough.
Well, in fact, the superintendent and I have already done the math. You can cut every administrator and their support staff in the system and not balance your budget. It's mathematically
Yeah.
possible.
So what I'm saying is the money just isn't there. Now, it doesn't mean we shouldn't look at making any cuts. And
agreed.
we do have some cuts in there. But when people say, well, save these other programs and lose administrators, it's not possible.
Well, and I would point out, as was just stated, we do have additional administrative cuts here on top of the cuts that we made last year as well. This concerns me. It concerns me because we need to be able to recruit and retain good leadership in our district as well. And I'm concerned, as I said in my opening remarks as well, that a lot of this is going to fall, a lot of these reductions are going to fall on the back of administrators, that we're taking support away, not just from our teachers and from our students, but from our administrators who I worry about the impact that this is going to have. I worry about the impact of all of these cuts, of course, but I appreciate what Mr. Cooper was sharing. We've known this for a long time. There's just some areas, especially on the back of last year's cuts, there's just not a lot of, I was going to say fat, there's not a lot of meat left on some of these bones to take. So we're drifting more towards program reduction this year.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but if you look at the very top lines, the state total. And so the admin total for the state is 12 and 61 basis points, right? 12.61 in column M. So you can see what it looks like at a statewide level when you aggregate data on how much admin it takes to run an organization. And we do, what, 30% better than that? So, I mean,
yeah.
But my point is, you can see what it actually, and our job and our administration, just like every profession, our job in the system has become more complicated, the more compliance issues we have to deal with, et cetera. So I just wanted to bring that point out. And because I always think the budget, every time I've had a budget reduction conversation, it's always about reducing the blob at admin. That's an old literary term. But it was time to take a look at it. So.
No, I appreciate the research and the effort. And again, you just confirmed something that we already knew. And I think something that a lot of us and a lot of our administrators actually feel and live on a day-to-day basis as well. So, but I understand why that would come forward. I absolutely understand why that people would suggest that. And I also want to be clear, if I wasn't hearing advocacy from every one of these proposed cuts, I'd be disappointed. I mean, people are, of course, they're going to advocate that we not cut this. As I said, nobody wants to cut anything, including me. But the responsible thing to do is to right-size this district and align revenue with expenditures. There's no easy way to do it, especially in an organization that has historically ran relatively lean, and particularly for our industry in comparison to other public school systems in the state of Washington. So, I mean, we understand what this means, but I also need to point out that those increasing costs, and they're not all bad, because I want people to make a better, fair wage and be able to live in and around our community. But those costs have gone up. And when those costs go up, we can't afford as many single units of that. So, I mean, I hate to, because I recognize that it's people in their lives. And as you've heard me say before, because Jake is correct, this is the fourth time I've done this, I have been the victim of a reduction in force in my career. And I understand the pain that it creates and the fear, and, it's tough. And so we never go into these things lightly. But the only thing that haunts me more is the fear that I could neglect my job and then result in an even worse problem for you all to grapple with in the future. I can't eliminate the problem. I don't believe it would be responsible to try to cut $30 million out of the organization at one time. I don't think, nor do I think we need to do that if we stay on this course that we're on now, make reductions last year, make reductions this year, hopefully not have to make them next year if we can get support, but be honest with ourselves and be prepared for even further reductions if warranted next year at this time. So I think this might be a good time to for us to stop and be prepared to address any questions that the board might have.
Well, I think unless anybody has just a burning question to ask first, we'll go through public input. Okay. So first up, and again, I'm going to go through people that are in the room that have written their names down on my piece of paper and then ask for anybody else. And people on Zoom can raise their hand as well. And Stephen will help me get through those people. Okay, so now we are to Danielle Zielinski. And as a reminder, up to the podium, state your name, your attendance area, like the area of the high school that is in your area. Keep comments to 2 minutes, and we do have a timer that will let you know as you're approaching the 2 minutes. And again, this is public input that we will consider as then the board will have a discussion and ask questions ourselves. All right, Danielle.
Okay, thank you. I'm Danielle Zielinski. I'm the Liberty High School. I'm the Liberty High School.
Sorry, she didn't mean that.
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
The Liberty High School Athletic Director.
Okay, hold on one
One
second.
second.
Let her get this figured out. And
Changing from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
What's the-
Okay, go.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is my job description that I bring this. There are 33 bulleted items and only describes a fraction of what happens when you run a comprehensive high school athletic program. I'm highlighting this because this is a big role and that does a lot of behind the scenes work. I'm here tonight ultimately because I'm advocating for our school community, whom I care about and have served for the last 5 years. The proposal in front of you removes a full-time AD and folds duties into a less than half of a position and a central admin position, all to save $130K. This is more than a full-time job, and it's on days, nights, and weekends. I was at the school board meeting a couple weeks ago and was heartened to hear that athletics needed to be salvaged, not touched, because if we're really talking about supporting our kids, this area is beyond essential to development as described in our district athletic goals. We've already experimented with this model at Liberty when I went on a maternity leave. We brought in a completely competent teacher, a coach as well, someone who knew athletics, smart, organized, to do this part-time work and part-time teaching. It was a disaster, and here is why, not because of him. You need to be fully present and connected to the school community to run a comprehensive athletic program. Many of my duties as listed and duties as assigned are fires that need to be put out, require immediacy and the ability to pivot and adjust on a moment's notice. Things like coordination with other schools and predicting weather and canceling due to rain out, dealing with facility breakdown right before a game, transportation, COVID testing 400 athletes per week, eligibility and grade checks that determine if a kid can play in their final game, parent issues that can't wait. Things like this cannot be resolved on a part-time basis. This proposal will impact our students, not to mention admin staff, and not to mention putting significant burden on coaches that we try so hard to retain. Please avoid imparting chaos at each high school to save $130K. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Next up is Omar Parker.
Hello again. I was here a couple weeks ago, and I was super excited to hear that we were going to protect activities and athletics. I applauded you. I was emotional about it. I compared the mission statement with what it does for our students in athletics. And today I see that we are folding them into another job, essentially taking the most important person, our athletic director, and essentially cutting that position, which is going to have a direct impact. And here's what's going to happen. Issues that need immediate attention are going to be mishandled or not handled at all. Coaches are not going to receive support and essential training and be forced to do more than they are now. Facilities and maintenance will suffer. Games, youth programs, special events, off-season trainings, open gyms are going to be left unattended and not scheduled. Why does this matter? You're going to lose coaches. You're going to lose coaches. And as an example, in the 10 years I've been at Liberty, you can't retain coaches now. You've had 6 head basketball coaches at Skyline and 4 at Issaquah. And without a district, but athletic director in each building, it's only going to get worse. When you don't have referees or ticket takers or someone to fix last minute problems, when the star players can't take the field, it's going to be noticed. And sports are the most visible thing that we have in our community. Issaquah, Skyline, Liberty people, voters come to these games, and they're going to see it. Parents. Parents are the most vocal and largely athletic parents, I will tell you, are the most crazy people in our district. For certain. When there is no AD to filter this, it's going to come to coaches, it's going to fall on administrators, and ultimately it's going to fall on your desk. And these people are going to be loud when Issaquah School District does not have the support that they need. Ultimately, it's going to affect the kids.
Please wrap up.
I will. Ultimately, it's going to affect the kids when we cut these positions of athletics and activities. The kids are going to lose when it's not as organized. It's not as special on game days. There's no attention to their special needs or personal issues. And you're going to end up with a lower class of coaches for these kids.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Janelle Tamalea.
Hi, guys. First of all, I just want to say thank you. Hooray for the levy.
Wait, before you start, even though we,
Oh,
yes.
my name is Janelle Tamaela, and I live where the kids go to Issaquah. That's my feeder.
Thank you.
Oh, man. I think that's like 10 seconds.
No, she can put you back because I
Oh.
made you.
Okay, so many good things to
okay.
say. Okay.
Trying to remind people.
So, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm here representing myself. I do nonprofit work in the community. I do not represent them tonight. I just represent me. Happy for the levy. I wanted to thank everybody for working on the budget. Budget cuts are the worst. In my nonprofit work, we have to do that as well, and it just always feels really awful. I want to address specifically the PBSES coaches and wanted to advocate for them. A common thread amongst all of us in the community and in the school board is that we recognize there's been so many social emotional hiccups with our kids. I'm using hiccups to not exacerbate really what's happening in our buildings. And these PBSES coaches have specifically been able to connect with the kids in the buildings. And in looking at the cuts, I know that we have to find a way to make the numbers work, but I would like us to think outside the box and maybe think about ways we can do it where it doesn't have the direct hit to each individual kid. I heard that there was maybe a rumor that they would keep the PBSES program going, but somebody maybe from administration would be keeping the program rolling in the buildings. And that actually doesn't sound like it's going to work because the connections is what the kids need right now. These kids belong to all of us. They're not your kids or my kids. They all belong to all of us. And I feel like in this state of where we're at as a community, I really want to see that keep in line. And so I would just ask that you would take a look again and see where else we could make some cuts so we can keep that connections for the kids and keep them going. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Tori Benson. Yes, Burnson. Sorry, I think I left out that N in the middle.
Hi, I'm Tori Burnson. I am the middle school PBSES coach at Pine Lake Middle School. I'm also a parent of an Issaquah High student and an Issaquah High graduate, and my husband and I are active members of the community. I am requesting that you do not cut the PBSES coaches from the ISD 22-23 budget. Over the course of the last 3 years, we have consistently heard from the board and our community about the toll that COVID has taken on the mental health of students and teachers alike. Despite this ongoing feedback from teachers, staff, and families, the board continues to cut mental health supports in the schools. The toll this is taking on students and staff alike is immense. Students have returned to school with new and increased deficits in social emotional skills, and teachers are tired in a way that I have never witnessed. Student need is at an all-time high, and staff morale is at an all-time low. I'm shocked and saddened to see cuts to the PBSES program after listening to the conversation during the last board meeting and the interview with our incoming superintendent. Let's see here. I felt confident that mental health supports would not be touched this year. I was even more sure of this after rewatching the interview with Ms. Tao Yik and listening to the high priority that she places on mental health and social emotional well-being of staff and students. In fact, it was one of the most pervasive themes in her answers to her interview questions. Despite these assurances, more cuts are proposed to the very program that supports mental health and social emotional learning for every student and teacher. If you don't think that PBSES coaches are on the front lines with the students, I ask you to ask a teacher or a parent. I'd also like to point out that the levy specifically funded positive or PBSES coaches. And that was referenced in the last meeting that we support what was on the levy specifically at 1 hour and 26 minutes. It was mentioned that we want to be sure to support the things on this list, and it specifically says coaches, not the program. So I encourage you to support the PBSES coaches. We are on the front lines doing the work with students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. All right, in here I have a Greg Fullington.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm going to address the cut in the AD schools, ADs. And my son is a senior at Liberty High School.
Here you go. Thank you.
You bet. He's sitting right back there, the big guy. Anyway, you're all familiar with House Bill 1660. In the preamble, it lays out what sports does for kids. And I won't go through it right now and waste my time doing it. But I encourage you to look at that because sports are important. Our athletic directors are more so. And here's why. We have 3 assistant principals at our school who handle about a third of the students each. Our teachers only get to know a finite number of students. The athletic director knows most of the students because most of the students at some point during their high school career play sports. Our athletic director, Danielle Zielinski, is top notch. You just can't beat her. And here's why. Because she builds relationships with the kids. She builds relationships with the coaches. I'll give you a personal story. My son was kicked out of a football game this year. He's a college recruit, wrongly kicked out. This was on a Friday night. Danielle Zielinski began reviewing film that same night, took her whole weekend putting together an appeal. Now, Brett would have missed 2 games because of this. And she saved him from that, pointing out that he didn't do anything. That's the kind of dedication these athletic directors have. I would encourage you, if you've not been to a school to see how they interact with the students, take a little bit of time before you make this decision and do that. Talk to them about their jobs. Talk to the student athletes who interact with them. They are an integral part of the high school process and advocate for these student athletes. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give input? I have 2 hands up. Go ahead, Alicia. No, go ahead. Just make sure to state your name and area, and then we'll do the other one, and then I'll go to the Zoom.
Alicia Vivert, Skyline feeder area. And I just wanted a little clarity on the local funding and levy funded items. I heard the conversation about the hold harmless portion, and that's tied to student enrollment, correct? So I'm wondering on these items, are these, and you're saying, you know, that there may be cuts to levy items. Is that because the enrollment numbers would be down? And so some of that money would go away. I'm just trying to put some perspective for what voters have said that they want and what they're paying for and how that money may not come in. And so maybe that's why some of these cuts are happening, or if you've already collected that money, if these cuts are being based on levy dollars that you're already collected for this year's term, then you've been prepaid for these programs. And, but if not, then, you know, it's like, I would just like to have some more clarity about those specific line items, particularly when we just had our community say that this is what's important to us and this is what we want to fund locally and to keep locally. I'd like just some more explanation about why those items are there and how those local levy dollars may not come in and how some of that might be affecting some of these items. Because I think that we as a community need to hear that specifically, particularly based on just 2 days ago. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you for your input. And then from the back of the room, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Marie Warbel, and I am a parent of 2 graduates from the Issaquah High School or Issaquah School District. I'm also a current employee working as the athletic coordinator at Liberty High School, former athletic coordinator at Skyline High School. So I've had a unique experience in being directly involved as a support for athletic directors at both of those schools. I want to kind of build on the sentence that we hear a lot, that it takes a village. It takes a village for us to raise our kids. It takes a village for them to graduate from high school with the support and the direction that they need through sports and through all of the different activities that we provide. I've seen at both of these schools, the athletic directors giving their blood, sweat, and tears for students, as you just heard, from Liberty, but also at Skyline. They fight for helping those kids be the best that they can be. They fight for helping them learn the lessons they need to learn before moving on into being an adult. We need to have these adults as part of the village that helps to make our students great. And that leaves the Issaquah School District with a great reputation. We can't cut the athletic directors. They need to be full-time. They need to be connected. That's the only way that these programs that we have are successful, is because we have the dedicated full-time athletic directors at each of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. All right. So now, unless there's anybody else in the room, I'm going to go to the Zoom. Okay, first up on Zoom, I'm actually going to go to a Sarah Cullen, I think is the first name. Can you write down names for me? So if Sarah Cullen could turn on, video and audio, and then introduce yourself with your name and attendance area. And then we do have a timer that will go off at 2 minutes. You may not be able to hear it as well as those that were in the room, but I will let you know that you'll need to wrap up.
Beautiful. Okay.
There you
First
go.
of all, my name is Sarah Cullen. I am a science teacher at Beaver Lake Middle School, and I am also a parent of 2 children in the Issaquah School District through Challenger and Beaver Lake. So I am going to share what I am thinking just in terms of the board too. I have reached out to the board before and had an interesting interaction. So I think most of you know or hopefully remember that interaction as well, because I have only wanted to ever understand and acknowledge all of the parts that we play in this district. So I'm going to stick to my time. So obviously the world has changed and we really do need to change with it. So I know from a business stance, because really you are business people, and we as in education are a people's business. I do feel like we need to shift a little bit from working from a corporation business. And I'm just wondering if you guys are also feeling that way after these last 2 years. So I totally get from the superintendent's and the CFO's position that we need to run those numbers in a way and in the same way that we have for so long, which have served us in so many ways. It's just these last 2 years specifically have really impacted us. And like, how do we look at these numbers differently? How do we run things differently? So my big question for you guys, just to ponder, is that you guys talked about these ESSER funds as being the lowest. but you also talked about them from, you want to stay away from state funding. So I'm wondering if you guys have thought about why it is that maybe you want to stay away from the state funding when we are in such desperate need of a different support system, especially with how much our district has changed in the last.
You'll need to
10
wrap up because the time is.
Totally. Last 5 years and last 2 years. So I just think it's a big thing for you guys to ponder of these different ideas. So I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
All right. The next up is Aubrey Clark.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Clark, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at IVE. I would like to discuss the negative impact that removing both our PBSES and instructional coaches will have directly on our students. At a time where we know that SEL needs are at an all-time high, these coaches have gone above and beyond to build lasting relationships with students, support teachers, and assist administration. Our students who need the most SEL support will be losing a trusted adult in their corner during a time that they need it the most. Our counselors will be forced to take on another full-time role while their responsibilities are already stretched thin, another impact that will be felt directly by students and families. The earlier statement that our coaches are not as student-facing as classroom teachers is false, and that should be corrected. Another essential piece to the system of student support are instructional coaches. Cutting our coaches will have a pervasive negative effect across all elementary buildings. Our coaches are the educators behind the success that we provide ourselves in here in Issaquah. They form relationships with students. They help us reach our most striving learners. They lead, they advocate, they listen, they learn alongside, they teach, they analyze, they empathize, all in service of our students. Teacher leadership has been a cornerstone of ISD. And removing this position directly goes against the idea that teachers are experts in their own craft. ISD is known for its robust supports, and cutting these two positions makes ISD one of the least attractive districts in our area to work for. Though I believe both coaching roles should remain in ISD, I do recognize that you have an impossible decision to make. Should you decide to cut these programs, I urge you to consider removing positions equitably, not equally. We know that equity does not mean equal distribution of resources. For example, the board currently allocates more FTE for instructional coaches in 2 elementary buildings whose data shows the highest need for academic support. Cutting all of these positions would have double the negative impact on these buildings used to a 1.0 FTE versus a 0.5. We can consider keeping these roles in schools whose data shows the high academic need. Please keep those buildings with high populations of students furthest away from educational justice in mind and get creative about where the money could come from to keep a few positions that could support buildings in an equitable, not equal way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. All right, next up is Jessica Ackley, if I've said that right. All right.
Hello, thank you. And I apologize, my daughter is crying in the background, so if you can hear her, I apologize. My name is Jessica Ackley, and I am the PBSES coach at Cascade Ridge Elementary. And I appreciate all of the words that Aubrey just had to say to speak to the role and the impact that we have in our buildings every day. She outlined it beautifully. I want to share a little bit about my story and my loyalty to the ISD and how it has now failed me. This move would lose me as an employee. I attended the ISD K through 12, started at Discovery, opened Endeavor as a 3rd grader, attended Pine Lake and Issaquah High School. I went on, I knew I wanted to be a teacher, and I knew I wanted to come back and work for the ISD. I did my student teaching here. I started as an LRC 1 teacher and then a general education teacher, and sought after my master's in applied behavior analysis so that I could do this work. I attended the trainings with Dr. Clayton Cook when PBSES wasn't even what we called it yet. It was PBIS at that point. I took in all of the knowledge and information that he shared, and I was so excited to be a part of this movement and to be a part of this program in our district to support our students. As a special education teacher, I saw more and more and more students being referred for special education services in the areas of behavior because their needs were not being met. We were not proactively putting systems in place to support those students. We were just reacting when their behaviors were so big that then we had to put them into special education. I urge you to not cut a program that is proactively preventing students from ending up in special education. I urge you to not cut a program completely that has the opportunity to meet the needs of students day in and day out. And I feel so fortunate to have full time at one building and able to do that. And I understand there may need to be cuts, but don't gut a program completely, because then we can no longer serve those students in the same way.
Thank you very much for your input. It looks like I have 3 more hands up, and then we'll call that quits. I have a Boyd Cotton.
Hi, my name is Boyd Cotton. I am a humanities teacher at Issaquah Middle School. I have to start by saying that I'm in a weird state of purgatory at this moment. Last year around this time when I spoke, I had already found out that I was Riff, and currently our superintendent hasn't said that number yet, so I'm feeling great. I'd like to start by saying that I have no idea how to do a budget like this. I'm going to say that out loud. Like, I don't know how to do this. So I feel for the people who had to make these decisions. I know they couldn't have been easy. But I'd like to discuss the impact this will have on our staff and students from the perspective of a teacher. At IMS, our PBSES coach, Mary Stevens, is one of our most valuable staff members. She provides support to staff and students that literally just no one else can. She's our one go-to person on all things social emotional. And we only get her half time. She's a 0.5 in middle school. She creates systems to support all students and our high flyers. When you need help with behavior, she comes running, sometimes literally. I can't tell you how often on a weekly basis, I'll tell a kid like, hey, you know, when I was growing up, we didn't have a Mary Stevens, and they'll just lose their minds. And then I'll tell them, I wish we did, because sometimes the issues we have in our country might not be there if we had had these kinds of supports when I was a kid. We need her, and ripping PBSES coaches from our schools right now, that's going to have an effect on students that I hope that we're planning for. And by we, I mean you. For those who are listening who don't spend much time in our buildings, this has been an incredibly difficult year behaviorally. And with only a 0.5 PBSES coach in secondary schools, we've been feeling like our buildings are on fire. Our PBSES coaches are some of the only staff members with fire extinguishers, and next year we won't have them. I can't even begin to imagine what next year will look like. Our admins are heroic. I don't want to make it seem like we're lost without PBSES coaches, though we are. We have admin, and they'll definitely step in and take up some of this role, but their tools keep getting removed, and we need more help, not less. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I have 2 more, and Deborah Walters. Thank you.
Walters, thank you. Yes, hang on one second. Let me get my video on. Hello, everybody. I was at the meeting the last time. So first, I would like to express gratitude for preserving some counseling FTE to support the ISD students. We appreciate the data that has been shared tonight regarding our admin who are walking around with fire hoses, by the way, just trying to take care of all of the social emotional issues that are having and things like that. I want to agree with Aubrey Clark that there's going to be a ripple effect, whether it's the ADs, the PBSES, all of the different positions that are being cut. It's going to fall on everybody else that's in staff. The other thing I want to share is that there's an enormous amount of data out there. We counselors, that's what we work with. Data drives program, right? And, you know, sharing smidges of positive data makes us feel good. Thank you very much for the data about the admin. But what I'm requesting is that the ISD share data to our staff and community about our surrounding districts that have comparable programs, comparable social emotional, social economic status, and let us know how they're managing their money without making such cuts, and they're actually hiring staff. And so I know that we need to make cuts, but I'm a little concerned about some of the money management. And I think our staff and community need to understand where we are with that. Thanks.
Thank you for your input. And last up is Kristen Flemmer.
Hi there. Can y'all hear me and see me okay?
Yes, thank you.
So my name is Kristen Flemmer, been a school counselor at Skyline for 16 years, and I also have a mom of, I have 2 boys at Endeavor. I spoke at last week's board meeting, and I wasn't planning on talking because I'm actually home really sick right now, even though I've been working every day from home while sick. But just wanted to say that while you applaud our district levies for passing, I want to make sure that you're aware of why there are so many people voting no. One reason is that many in our community claim that our district does not communicate clearly. A lot of people have lost trust in the way our district uses its funds. Part of the levies were advertised as continuing funding for PBSS coaches and instructional coaches, yet the proposed budgets cut these positions. At the last meeting, you said that you wanted to protect sports and you were cutting ADs. This is reinforcing what our community is saying. They are losing trust. Please prove them wrong. Your budget shows your values. Show us that you support our students and want to provide preventative programs to help with mental health crisis in our community. Someone said something along the lines of PBSES coaches aren't front-facing our kids. The reason that our teachers are front-facing our kids is because our PBSES coaches are helping those kids get into the classroom. If you cut these positions, you will see teachers leave in droves, even more so than they already are. You are losing wonderful, amazing humans in this district because they are seeing that the districts around us are finding other ways of doing amazing programs and not riffing, not cutting programs, and not losing incredible preventative programs that are there to help the mental health of our kids, which should be your top priority, as it says on the wall under one of your end statements. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your input. All right, we're going to close public comment. And now the board has an opportunity to ask questions, have discussion. I'll start one off, related to PBSES. We did hear a lot about that. I will say that regardless of what would be on this list, there will be people here advocating for it. So if on the fly I decide we should eliminate the 7th period at the high schools, that would also have had an outpouring of people to say, don't cut that one thing. So we have to keep that in mind when we hear the feedback. So with the PBSES coaches, it is a quandary because it was one of the things we have been able to fund through our levies. And as we started building this particular levy package, it was one we wanted to continue to fund. Until we got to the point of the reality of the state budget and the inability to convince the legislature, one, to help us out with any ESSER funding, or two, even around the enrollment hold harmless. I know that gets thrown around, but the way the enrollment hold harmless worked, if I understand this correctly, and Jake, you can correct it, to that extent, they gave us 50% of what would have otherwise been our enrollment hold harmless, right? So it's not like they're funding us fully for where we were in the 1920 school year. Is that correct?
Correct. Dr. Moore.
Yeah.
There's only a very small, well, the estimated revenue loss, as you saw in the board blurb of the PowerPoint presentation, was 26.3 million or so. Hold harmless this cycle, remember, it was half of a half. So it was 8.4 and change, if I recall.
Right. And again, that's one-time money.
Correct.
That we can only spend once.
Yes.
And so bringing all these things together, although we wanted to continue to fund PBSES coaches, became one of the things we are now looking at to reduce. But help us understand, as a program, it will still be implemented within our schools. And the purpose of the PBSES coaches to initially get these programs kicked off in our elementary schools, and what will we see going forward? And I know you also mentioned that we still have some staffing flexibility as far as supports for schools that really need it. So to that extent, some more clarity around that.
I'll do my best, President Moore. So first of all, I just want to say a lot of what I heard from our public input, I don't take issue with. I agree with much of it. It's still unfortunate that we find ourselves in the position we are. So positive behavioral, social, emotional supports as a philosophy, as an approach, is the approach for student behavior management in the Issaquah School District, and it will continue to be the approach. And part of, what's really hurting with the idea, the contemplation of losing these coaches, is that they've done a really nice job. They really, truly have. They're outstanding educators. And, but a big part of what our PBSES coaches, and I know the job had to evolve some in this past year. It's been unique. All of our support positions have had to cover a lot of classes and everything, but PBSES is a component of our multi-tiered systems of support. And I just want to clarify, I won't be the most articulate about this, but I do have a pretty grounded understanding. And we chose to put PBSES coaches in our buildings a few years ago because first and foremost, to establish well-established what we would consider tier 1 and 2 tier supports. The tier 1, of course, being your entire building. And if you walk through our buildings today, you can feel the impact of our PBSES program, driven by our coaches and driven by our PBSES administrator in the buildings. You can see commonality in the way we talk to students and commonality in the way we respond to student behaviors. And so our PBSES coaches, they're not specifically behavioral support individuals in the sense of like a special services behavioral support staff member. And they've done really well at that. And absolutely at times, they've had to get in and work very directly with students or small groups of students. And so I'm thankful for that work. They also are educators of our teachers. And I think we heard that in some of our public input. And one of their tasks has been educating our teachers in being kind of the just-in-time embedded professional development for our teachers to also learn the approaches and philosophy of positive behavioral, social, emotional support. And they've done that. I believe that because of these PBSES coaches, our teachers are better equipped to deal with student behaviors, and our buildings have better behavior plans than they did previously. So again, I applaud them for that. And so they've done their job. And as I said, nobody wants to cut anything. I'd love to keep everybody that I could, and I'd love to have 30 or 40 or $50 million to balance the books and everything too going forward. So I believe they've done a lot of that. We have well-established tier 1 and tier 2 interventions of our MTSS. Because of that, our teachers have been better trained. And so I would argue that the system is better equipped today to go without PBSES coaches than it was 4 years ago before we had PBSES coaches. That doesn't mean that we won't suffer the impact of the loss. And I believe I said that earlier as well. We're going to have to adjust some expectations as we move forward. So, so as a philosophy, we chose to maintain our assistant director for PBSES, who will continue to help provide professional development. Now, the difference is rather than, without having as many bodies, we don't have the person who can literally stand in front of the staff and deliver the professional development. It will have to be delivered by someone else on the staff, either an administrator, a principal, assistant principal, counselor, or even a staff member who has a particular skill or interest in it. But we can support that through lesson development and design. Somebody that if they have a question, there will be somebody on the other end of an email or a phone call. So yeah, it's a significant reduction in the staffing of PBSES. The philosophy is not going away. But I also want to be clear, our ability to continue to promote this and develop this and refine PBSES will be negatively hampered as a result of losing these staff members. There's just no way around it. It doesn't go away, however. And that we debated a lot about, do we keep partial But as you know, and as I also shared, we are going to look at individual buildings, and there will be some adjustments that we will have to make and some supports, and whether it would be a PBSES coach as designed under the current model, I don't know. Whether it would be a social worker, but we definitely have a few places where we know we have to put some additional staffing, and that may be not an addition. It may be addition to the district as a whole. It may be a prioritization or reallocation of FTE from one building to the other. So we are not abandoning the philosophy and the approach of PBSES, but we will impact our ability to continue to implement it at the school level. I did want to touch on something too that we heard in public input as it relates to the levy and the funding. And again, you'll recall when we were developing the levy back in the fall and early winter, there was still a lot of unknowns for us. And at that time, we built that levy package with a capacity, and we talked about it here at this table in open public meetings, with a capacity based on that enrollment of over 20,000. So when you look in those out years, you see, I believe the final year of the levy, it was like a $70 million EP&O. I do not believe you will be collecting that amount of money, because that amount of money is based on an enrollment number that was at our district peak. If you are collecting based on our current enrollment number, it will be millions of dollars less than that. We didn't want to, we wanted to have the capacity there. And again, I can't say enough about the gratitude I have for our voters. We have that capacity, but I highly doubt we're going to be able to collect the amount of money that we were authorized in this recent election, just because it's a per pupil based formula and we just don't have as many pupils. So I don't know if that addressed your concern, Director Moore, or if you had anything more to add to that.
On the levy side in particular, Superintendent, if the district does receive its maximum levy in those out years, it's because it was a high level of inflationary environment unless the policy changes, which means you're going to need every penny of that levy as the legislature, if they do continue to provide cost of living adjustments that are of any significance, which has a ripple effect on the operating budget. So I also wanted to point out that there was some testimony about neighbors not reducing. That is completely, utterly incorrect and false. Mercer Island is finishing reductions. I meet with my CFO colleagues around the state. They're all either reducing some this year or holding off because they're sitting on ESSER money, which will evaporate in 12 to 24 months after the period of availability. If you want to look at Bellevue's last budget cycle, where they did a large non-renewal of a significant amount of certificated staff, you can do that as well. So I do take some umbrage about the comparisons to other districts, and financial management is about managing up and down. And so what you're seeing before you is managing downward. And so if you want to do some additional research around the neighboring school districts, there's plenty of reductions and tightening happening all across the region and the state. And we are on the front end because we had the largest enrollment reduction of almost any district in the entire state of Washington, and I got the least amount of ESSER funds. So it's not incompetence, it's circumstance.
Well, and I think that's key, right there, because some of the neighboring districts didn't have as much of an enrollment decline. So we were hit with both the more significant enrollment decline and the more significant small number for the ESSER dollars.
A similarly situated district to us would be Bellevue. They had a large enrollment decline, a little higher free and reduced, a little more ESSER money. But again, they did a large non-renewal of certificated contracts. They didn't actually execute a Riff, but there was 80 to 90 less teachers in their system. So when I hear that from folks, I do have to correct the record. It is not incompetence. Again, financial management is about managing your finances, which we are doing right now before the public. So, and that being said, there's also differences in pay rates for employees. So some districts pay their teachers less, some people pay them more, and that's why they're in different financial conditions as well. So.
Look, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, Suzanne. Okay, I'm going to go.
Well, I just wanted to kind of speak to what Jake was speaking to, because I was frantically taking notes and thinking about this too. And as usual, Issaquah kind of has the perfect storm. That's why we're on the bleeding edge of everything. And I think there's two key financial things at play, and they're different. One is COVID hit, we had COVID spending. Jake Martin put together this chart. Thank you so much. This is really helpful. We had roughly over the last 3 years, $17 million of COVID related spending. And we got roughly $6 million back in ESSER funding. So we had, our spending was probably comparable to other districts. Our ESSER money was less than other districts. So that created the first financial crisis that we had, which was that ate our reserve. Now, some of those spending issues were ongoing into this year. Also, okay, so that's one thing. We also had, as somebody just said, a big enrollment drop, probably bigger than a lot of other districts. So last year, we right-sized as far as teachers went. Okay, we need to have the right number of teachers for the number of kids we have. So we reduced that amount of staff. But if you're getting 14,000 a kid and you have, say, 30 kids in a classroom, that comes out to about $420,000. And then you jigger it around because, well, teachers only teach 5 of 7 periods. So that's roughly, you can correct my math at any point. I am ballparking. That's like $300,000 for a classroom full of, an average classroom full of kids. There's no teacher in our district, even with benefits, that makes anything close to $300,000. So we right-sized the teacher part, but we're left over with that infrastructure / programming part. That's the part we're trying to cut now. And that's the part that's hard. And I totally agree with, I think it was Ron who said, if we didn't, no matter what cut we made, if we didn't have people saying, no, 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 don't cut that, we would have been doing something wrong in our leadership, because it's important that everything we're spending money on is valued by people. And, you know, I almost hesitate to do this, but I sort of want to remind people there was a whole laundry list of things that could be cut. And the board fought very strongly. We don't want to lose the mental health counselors, which are totally levy funded. We didn't want to reduce counseling, which was partially levy funded. We didn't want to touch the 7-period day, totally levy funded. We didn't want to mess with the equity department and the family liaisons, totally levy funded. There was some testimony around the sports AD, but we had almost $5 million on this list of, what if we just got rid of sports and clubs and activities? Nobody wanted to do that. So I was the one who at the last meeting said, can we not mess with sports? That's what I was referring to, which was basically, let's just not have them. So there were a whole lot of things on this list that would have cost even more pain. And also, when we say we're trying to avoid hurting the classroom, I get that PBSES coaches impacts the classroom, but they don't impact the classroom the same way as saying, let's increase class size by 1 or 2 or 3 kids, which is a really easy way to, you know, cut a lot of money out of your budget. But that really impacts kids at their desks. So yeah, I just wanted to speak to that. All of these things are hard. There were a lot of things that were going to be harder, but as far as the whole, why are we in this mess to begin with? I think other districts are seeing the same amount of pain. It just may happen a little bit later when there is no more ESSER money, because ESSER money is one time, right? And in our case, it didn't even compensate for our one-time expenses. In other districts, it covered all their one-time expenses and a whole bunch of other stuff for a while, right? So they didn't have a drop in their reserve and they didn't have these other things. But moving onward, if they lost enrollment, or if, well, everybody was impacted by the IPD. So at some point, this is going to hurt everybody. We're just, as usual, the perfect storm. Everything happens here. It hits us first.
Right, your COVID spending, the large enrollment drop, and then the higher IPD that came through for this year added to the woes.
And the opening of 2 new facilities, which were badly needed, but they do add, you know, $4 or $5 million overhead.
increases your operating
And I
costs.
do want to talk about just budget cuts sometimes are about the circumstance in which you find yourself in. And the legal structures which we have to work with. So for example, we talked about class size. It's very difficult to reduce K3 class size or increase K3 class size, right? Statutorily, you're incentivized to keep it that way. Same with 1664 as it relates to ESAs. And you know, one thing with PBSES coaches is they're not ESA staff. So they fall somewhere in the middle.
ESA staff, Jake, what is that?
Those are the certificated staff that are not teachers, that are often occupational therapists, speech language pathologists,
Thank
social
you.
workers, nurses.
Yes.
Yes.
Support staff, certificated
Certificate
support staff.
So our PBSES coaches, as an example, are for the most part, unless some hold the credential I'm not aware of, are not ESA staff, meaning that they're not the same kind of staff that we've heard the counselors advocate for. There are different, you know, so again, the state from on high on occasion, more than on occasion, it guides us on where we need to cut budget based on the policies they set forward, right? So we don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to counseling staff potentially. Sorry, that light was in my, we don't have a lot of flexibility in that regard. But PBSES coaches are one of those positions, unfortunately, their credentials aren't the same as an ESA staff. So that being said is, policies put forward by the legislature in any given session will influence on how you add or reduce to your budget. Same as how COVID has influenced on how we have maintained our custodial staff, nursing positions, et cetera. And so that's what I kind of wanted to lay out to you all. Is it is a point in time on occasion. Well, every budget is a point in time, but the policies and procedures are adopted by the legislature. And then of course, how COVID has impacted what we keep and maintain is also part of the equation. It's not just math. It is also what programs we want to continue, and then what health and safety we need to continue as well. So,
Sydney?
So I guess I have comments, then I'll have a couple questions. So I think where I want to start is, thank you. Where I want to start is at a very basic point, which is I know there's a lot of input about individual roles. That's important. I respect that each program represents people, their family, their livelihood, their self-worth. I 100% understand that. I want to go back to the math for a second because we're actually not making $100,000 decisions. We have a $28 million problem. So I just can't say that we have a $28 million problem is our real current problem. What we're trying to work out and what we've been working out over the last couple of meetings for those who have questions about transparency or where do these dialogues happen or the secrecy of it, there are literally hours that you could go back and review when we've had this conversation. So we have $28 million problem. So the discussion in front of us has been over how do we solve it, over how long of a period, and in what way. I have many opinions on these things. I'm going to start with the circumstance. What's in the packet is if we did nothing, which I believe everyone, at some point, someone would advocate for a nothing position. There is someone who would represent that there is absolutely not one thing that could be done. But the reality is our school district is smaller. Full stop. We have less students in it. Therefore, the programs, the services, and unfortunately the staff associated needs to be smaller. I don't mean that to be callous, but I just want to be clear that that is just true. So the question becomes then, if we are to run a school district that has staffing and budget commensurate with the actual students we serve, then how do we get there? $28 million problem, not $100,000 problem. The proposal would say if we did nothing, then we would be bankrupt. And none of the 3,500 people would draw a check at all. And so for me, I sit with that very deeply every day on my drive here, in our conversations, is my accountability, my personal accountability, is to ensure that the majority of 3,500 people can continue to be gainfully employed and that all of our students can be beautifully educated. That's where I come at this from. And so what I believe we have to do is make sure is what is the time horizon to right size? Your proposal is 2 years. 1 year, I would say, would probably be the most fiscally appropriate choice. Go quick, go early. We're already in 2 years of cutting roles, and stop adding dollars on the top, which is what we do in year 2 and certainly in year 3. We make it a bigger problem. We go from 28 million to something bigger as we go out into the future years. Not advocating for that, just a statement of fact. There is a perspective that I hold, which is it's not 1 year, it's more than 2 years. And so how do we get there? We have to pick some number, and then we have to figure out what programming makes sense in that list. None of that is going to be easy. I guess my statement, though, is I just want to make sure I'm drawing us back to the actual problem, which is a $28 million problem. And what we said is, at least I know I've said, is not being comfortable with solving a $28 million problem in one decision. That we'll do that a couple different times. And I just hope that that gives some perspective in this conversation as we go forward. I know none of them are easy. Now I'm going to get back to my questions. So first question is, and I think for me, it speaks very much to the PBSCS input of the evening in our email, in my text messages that we're all hearing, is what are we doing with the reduction as stated? Is the total program go away? Or is there still some support? I think what you outlined is that we would still have the infrastructure, the framework, and a trained community of professional resources to help facilitate that. Is that the high touch experience we have today? No. I guess my question is, what sits in between the high touch? What potentially sits in between the high touch experience and what's on the table? Could be a reasonable option, which is high need maintenance? I think that was one of the, I don't remember the right name, I scribbled the notes of one of the proposals. Is there a group or potential, some sort of, centralized tiger team that would sit in between the two? That's what I would like to hear more about.
Well, what I can speak to right now is, as I said, the approach, the philosophy is there. There will still be social emotional learning lessons that will be provided to the buildings that will be designed from this space and PD provided. We just won't have the gold standard of having an actual body at each site. So our principals and our counselors, and frankly, our teaching staff are much more grounded in the PBSCS philosophy today than they were, as I said, 4 or 5 years ago. So we have to leave, it's complicated, but we have to leave some capacity for us to make some adjustments to staffing, as I was speaking to. So I don't have a specific answer to your question, Director Mullings, because I haven't envisioned that. I've been kind of working off the model of we'll lose the coaches, we'll keep the building support in terms of a director of PBSCS or assistant director of PBSCS who lives in student services. We'll continue to provide so that our teachers don't have to design them, or our principals lessons that we can design for delivery to our students in terms of social emotional learning and professional development, ongoing professional development for our teachers and staff. Will we have some additional staff that we will need to bring in to support some of our PBSCS? That is possible. I can honestly say it would not be at the capacity of 20 FTE that we are proposing. So in essence, yeah, we're kind of cleaning the deck of the PBSCS coaches in terms of at the building level. That doesn't mean we're eliminating the program, or necessarily, it's not going to mean that there will be no support for the buildings, but it will be reduced. I just want to be clear about that. I want to continue to press the point that We will not be able to push this initiative at the pace and the vigor that we might want to or desire to with less staffing. But less staffing, I believe, is the responsible thing to do. You know, I've been here 21 years. Most of what you see on this list hasn't always been out in our buildings. I remember a time, many, many years, the majority of the time I've been here, that we didn't have positions like this. And I just want to make one more statement since I've got my mic. And Mr. Cooper touched on this a little bit, but I want to defend my business office here a bit. We're about to bring you your 20th consecutive clean audit, state audit. I don't know for a fact that that's going to happen, but my indications are I believe that's going to happen. Regardless, we brought you 19. So this claim of fiscal mismanagement, you know, it would have been really easy for an outgoing retiring superintendent to spend the last 2 months trying to convince you all to do nothing. Be a heck of a lot easier for me. A lot of these people are my friends and colleagues. I didn't do that because I didn't think it was the responsible thing to do. So I applaud your willingness to even consider this, because it's really easy to kick this can down the road further. But I encourage you not to do that. I get it. Look, somebody could come up with another list with $11 million of cuts on it, and it would probably be a legitimate list. But it would also, as Director Weaver said, bring a whole different set of constituents here to defend it. So, or to oppose it. So I don't know. I think that claim of mismanagement is one that just rubs me a little bit the wrong way. We work really, really hard to deliver for this community. And it's just factually wrong. So, but I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough on your answer to your PBSES kind of middle ground, Director Mullings. It's kind of the best I can come up with off the top of my head here right now.
Sydney, a little more on that. We had talked about in cabinet. The cabinet has been wrestling with, particularly on the my educator colleagues, on what happens when these sports go away. Right? There are already been thinking about how they would triage supports. We didn't use a tiger team. We talked about it as like targeted student interventions, where, you know, and we do that now with special.
I'm the marketer.
Yeah, I know. I like the tiger team. We call it a strike team. That has different connotations in the school district, right? So, but that being said, those folks back there, your education cabinet, they're already working on how to, with minimized resources, target them appropriately and make them more flexible. I'm not saying they're done with that. We've talked about, you know, do we bring in and target some social workers to a few buildings that have had difficulties? How much students intervention support does a building need? Do we flood them? I know Dr. Gallagher likes flooding support on occasion. So they are working through that, and so just know as if models go away and dissipate, the team, even though we do want to lower expectations, is trying to target, particularly when we have students of severe concern or having issues in our buildings that are having a rough patch, which can mean a lot of different things, that we provide them with resources on a timely fashion. We don't know what that looks like yet, but it is in planning.
You can keep going.
Keep going.
Yeah, I think so. And do another one.
So, one, I guess the thing that rankles me is so I have to get that out and show me the data. I would love if people would go out and look. We can figure out exactly where it is on the website. There's really great documentation that Director Gallagher did of what actually is our difference in situation in surrounding districts. So I think just go out and do a search for some of the ESSER funds. And I would really ask people to understand that more deeply. We have, again, spent hours at this table talking about what that means and the differences. That is not obfuscated information. So please do that. So I guess let me get back to my point about, and I guess I'll just be transparent about what I've been struggling with today, which is the 100% elimination in this space. And so I guess I jumped to solutioning, which I apologize for without just stating that is what I'm struggling with. And so what my other transparent things, because we didn't have 135 people last time I talked about this, is because next year is continued recovery in my mind. that I have continuously advocated for a multi-year strategy to solve this problem, 2 years feeling right, and that the first year is lower as we continue to try to build in a recovery. So staying in that same vein of my thinking, I am very challenged in this case of 100% reduction. Now, I realize that if I was to say, can we keep a quarter, that may not still fit the whole need, but I think it would help from some sort of additional resource, additional support, additional brain power, and how do we help in that triaging without going to zero. So I'm just being really transparent. I struggle. In other cases, we are not talking about zeros. And so at least in all, unless you're going to tell me, that was, I think, one of my questions I sent, that programs would go down to 0%. And so that's why I probably am reacting more to the complete removal of resource on this one. So I'm just being transparent with what I'm struggling with.
And we did, as I said, talked a lot about, should we just scale it back or not? But I think also partly what I'm trying to do is put some capacity in here for future leadership also to make some decisions if they need to. And, you know, my business office would tell you 11.4 million is, you haven't done enough. You know, my educator friends would tell me this is way too much. There is no Goldilocks number here. I don't know what's just right. But again, I want to impress upon this point. We know that we have some trouble spots in the system today. We have some issues, and I don't want to call out any schools or anything like that, but we know, for example, we have some troubled spots at some of our middle schools. We anticipate having to put some additional supports there. So we weren't sure how to go with this. And then to decide, so we cut the pie down, to use your example, down by 3/4. Now, as I dish out 1/4, now I'm spreading that peanut butter so thin, I just worry about what impact it will even have. So I feel like removing those positions so that we can focus on those hot spots, because we'll have a little bit more capacity to do it. But I say all of that while I'm still concerned about our budget realities.
Right, and your ability to focus on those hot spots is still in your plan. I mean,
yes,
it's outside of this.
It is outside of this. And again, part of the challenge there is it may not be adding staff because we have a budget problem. It may be reprioritizing staff from where they're at today to where they would need to go.
Marnie?
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts too, and I'm sorry. So your timeline on your agenda has been blown by much of this. You know, I have to go back to a couple of things, and it's around the same issue. So I think that the board shares this. You know, the total elimination of PBSES is as far as those coaches, I wish there was another way. Some of the things I think about though, for the overall picture is just some things that are ongoing out of our control. It's in the control of other jurisdictions, which is like affordable housing. If you want to know why young people enrollment, yes, COVID had an impact on the elementary age student. But what else has had an impact is young families can no longer move into this district. That's going to perpetuate. That's going to be a long-term issue where we will have dropping enrollment because young families can't afford to live here. I have 2 adult children that can't afford to live on their own. And so I think that's an ongoing problem and can only be solved in other jurisdictions like our city councils that start to really look at providing affordable housing in this district. And so that is something that we can together advocate for. I would also say additional support services. And, you know, specifically those social workers, why should the school district pay for social programs? There are other jurisdictions, that is their rule. That's their responsibility, not ours. And so why are we not looking at grants like the Best Starts for Kids grants? You know how much money we got? Zero, because we didn't ask for any. So where are we in the grant writing process? What grants have you gone out and asked for? We have been able, because of the wonderful support of our community, like they did on Tuesday, we've been able to pay for this ourselves, rather than asking for the taxpayers in King County to start funding things on the east side of this county. They don't do that. So we're having to make these cuts because other jurisdictions are not doing their responsibility for our community, such as offering more support services and social workers available for our families. Because we're too wealthy to get any of it here. And if you are a family struggling in this district, you know what wealthy really is. And so that's my beef. I will get off that, but we are not the only jurisdiction that taxes taxpayers. And yet it feels like we're providing a whole lot of services that don't belong to us. I was thinking of this 11-some million, and you're right, Sydney, we have a $27 million problem. It grows by $5 million next year. So we're doing $11 million worth of cuts that will get undone by the growth in our deficit next year. So I don't think it's enough, but I don't want to cut anymore. I'm just like everybody else. The people we've hired, the programs we have, and the people we hired, you were hired by a school district that looks for the best. We don't take second-class second-class workers, right? We expect a lot of you, and you've come and you've done that work. We don't want to cut a single person because you're great at what you do, and we will fill your loss. And that's just, it's a heartfelt, I wish there was another way. Why are we taking this out of what feels like levy programs? It is because our levy has to pay for unfunded mandates from the state. Again, other jurisdictions that are asking us to do things, we're coughing up the money locally for what they won't pay for. $7.2 million of special education services not paid for by the federal or the state are paid out of your local dollars. $4 million in benefits. We used to get benefits for half the cost when we got to do it by ourselves, but the state said no. You know, it goes back to policies. They made a policy of you have to buy them from this, and it costs us twice as much. 7.2 million plus 4 million is $11.2 million. And tell the state, I'm not going to pay for what you're not going to pay for. But we can't do that, obviously. Then I look at the 5.5 IPD. People are like, what changed from when you had your levy committee? 5.5% inflation. That's what changed. It's costing us because we have more teachers than the state says we have. So when your kids feel like their classroom is jam-packed, remember the state's only providing not all of the teachers that we have in the buildings right now. $6.2 million for that increase, because it's not just the state apportionment, it's all that we provide above that. It's all the extra teachers. Not only that, we have a contractual obligation because back in 2016 or 17, whenever we did our last, or 2018, when we did the last contract with the teachers, we didn't anticipate a 5.5 IPD. So we gave them additional above what usually ends up being 1 or 2% raises. And we said, that's not going to be sufficient. We promised them more. Well, that's a $4.2 million. And I have a feeling if we put that on the chart of things to cut, this place, you would be at capacity. If we told teachers, you're not going to get the raise we promised you. So we have to cut from somewhere. Of course, if we kept Liberty at 8 periods, we'd be saving $1.1 million, but I lost that fight 4 years ago. So, so it's painful. Every single thing I looked at on that sheet, I can't say, oh, well, if I want to save this, what else am I going to cut? And for me, being able to sit back and go, what if we make a shift in what we do for PBSES and how it's structured? Because most of those teachers are not going to be below the RIF line. How can we use their expertise back in the classroom, but supporting? I don't know what that looks like. And I do think we have an incoming leader that's going to be able to take a look at a lot of our programs. What we might consider, sacred to us, and say, what if we change it? And that change is going to be really hard, whatever it is. It's going to start filling our boardrooms even then, which I love when you come, even if you're mad at us. I do think equity is really, really important. And equitable budgeting has been a hard thing for us to do, but I've seen that we've worked on that. And so I think considering what the fallout is after this ends up looking like, you really do have to make the cuts you need to make and readjust your programs and your actions and reassess, now that I have this, what are we going to do? So I think that's going to come. So for those that are saying to me, the only reason I voted for the levy is because it had PBSES and now you're taking it away, this is a bait and switch. I want to support your students. There are other jurisdictions that can help us in this work. And so you're already paying taxes and we're not getting them back into this part of the district or this part of the county. It would be nice to be able to see how they can fund some of these social needs that we have in our district.
And we did maintain a lot of the other levy-funded mental health schools.
And counselors and nurses.
Mental health counselors, nurses, yeah.
All of those could have been on the cutting line as well.
Well, and keep in mind, I mean, we have to remember, they both said it. It's a $28 million problem. And yes, the first thing we do is lobby the legislature next year. We have this $28 million problem. You need to help us fix it. But if they say, yeah, we're not interested, which is a possibility, that whole list of cuts that we looked at last year that we said, well, we obviously don't want to do this and this and this, some of those may be back.
Right.
And that conversation is going to be way worse than this one.
Right. And that was your point of, someone mentioned that they didn't think we wanted to go after state funding. I'm not sure what that was referring to. We totally go after state funding, but we have been burned time and time again. And I cannot rely upon that the state will help us out. We lobbied them hard this year, thought we were going to get the additional ESSER dollars. And we not only didn't get the additional ESSER dollars, but they moved to the 5.5% COLA. And to Marnie's point of the state funds part of it, but only for the state funded staff, whereas we don't choose to only give the 5.5% increase to the state staff, but to all the staff, right? It flows through to all. So that becomes a local burden that falls on to us. And so, especially for all the employees we have above the state allocation. So it's a problem that just keeps getting worse as that increases. So we will always continue to go to Olympia and advocate for what Issaquah needs, but we cannot bank on that until we actually see it come through.
Director Moore, I hearken us back to a meeting we had 15 years ago as a group maybe, where the legislature, we were adopting math then. And it was the math wars were on, right? Where's the math was in. And the legislator said, don't worry, don't buy your math books. This was in late spring, right? After the session was done. We're going to pay for those for you. Don't buy them. Are we still waiting for those books 15 years later? Yes, we are. And my point is only, we have advocated fiercely for money. We often have been told things by the legislature, elected bodies that, and not to blame them, they are only one person. They can't control the whole chamber of the legislatures. But that money never came to fruition. And it's something we often joke about, but it is something that we remember because we bought those books that late spring, and teachers had them in their hands for their students. Otherwise, they would still be not having adopted math textbooks if we were waiting for the state's check. So just a story that demonstrates on how difficult it is to both garner legislative support and actually get funds for specific target audiences. Issaquah can be difficult. And this year they had more cash than they have ever had. And the result was $8.5 million, which is still
we're happy
very
we got
darn thankful for, because the
Yes,
conversation
no
would have
doubt.
do not get me wrong, Representative Callan, Senator Mullet, Mr. Ramos, who am I missing? Lots of them.
41st.
All of the
Yeah.
41st,
All the
11th, I can't name them all.
Every representative.
Every representative.
Yeah.
But just thinking about that, they had a huge amount of cash this session in surplus. They transferred money out of the general fund into transportation, which they haven't done in my tenure. So my hopes for them to come through with on a gallant white horse and save us in the next biennium are slim to nil.
I think that the staff / community member might have been confused with what we don't want is state receivership. I don't want OSPI making decisions for the Issaquah School District. So there's a lot of information coming out here tonight, and I understand that it could be a little confusing. I'm just speculating that maybe that's what she heard and what she was referencing.
We absolutely don't want that.
Yeah, we'll take all the state money they're willing to give us and then some, and some federal money would be nice, and maybe some county money to Director Moraldo's point as well.
Yeah.
We would take any of it and we would manage it well to serve our children.
Absolutely. Harlan, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, you guys are being much nicer about that. I think that people need to know that who they actually vote for their legislative representatives actually do matter, because the chair of the Education Committee is in the 41st and has not delivered anything and has been unapologetic about it, because equitably, Issaquah doesn't need the money, neither does Bellevue. So think about that when you vote next November, because it really does matter and does impact us. And I think we have fought harder with the state legislators, with OSPI, with anyone who will listen. We've written more letters. We've done more legislative action over this past 12 months than we at least ever have in the 6 years I've been here. So as a volunteer, I can't do any more than I'm doing. This is a terrible situation to be in. And with our enrollment projections, it's a simple math problem. Right? If we're graduating classes of 1,600 and we're entering classes of 1,200, we know we're going to be in a structural decline of 400 students a year for a long time. So I think for me, I want to start at the very beginning, and I need to understand some big picture things. So if you would, Stephen, take us back to clicking on that one in item 1, the top blue one in item 1, and going to the page that says increased costs or loss of revenue. And number 4, the $15 million adopted fund balance spend down from 21-22. Just help me understand that line item better, because I feel like that's the action that we took to get us to this year. Like that was, especially when it says from this current school year, and this budget is for next school year. So help me understand that, number 1.
So the, hello, Dr. Gallagher. So the 50, are you talking about the 15 million on the adopted fund down, spend down? On line, what, 3 or 4 lines down?
Yeah, line 4.
So that was the budget brought before you last August and then provided to the public in advance, and then had a public hearing, et cetera. The operating budget had revenue of approximately 355 million, 253. We had revenue of 330 and change, if I recall. My handy budget guide might be over there, Mr. Attorney. That was a $18 or $19 million difference between revenue and expenditures, 3 or 4 of which I explained to you on an annual basis is for additional capacity. That remainder, Dr. Gallagher, is the deficit in your revenues to your expenditures in your adopted spending plan. And we have seen that come forward. As Superintendent and I've talked about, we're burning about $1 million or more a month, $1.25 million a month out of reserve, depending upon the timing of cash flows. And on your board reports, you have seen our cash flow tick down lower than historic. So that is the difference in the adopted budget from 2021-22 difference in revenue and expenditures. So that's the deficit.
So when I go back and look at the one a year ago, the one that we adopted in August, which I'm not going to ask you to pull up, Stephen, it shows that the same page listed a spend down of $4 million, a subtotal of $47.8 million deficit spending. The return of, again, the black lines, again, this is for the adopted budget for this current school year, with a subtotal of 14 million, which took us to a remaining deficit of 33 million as comparison to what we're seeing here of 4. So we then brought back 17 million back. And so that took us to a fund balance of projection of 27 million. So it was a deficit spend of 15 million. That's roughly, I mean, similar to what we're talking to. So when I look at what you're showing me now, you're telling me that with this current plan moving forward, that our fund balance is going to be only $4.5 million different.
This top chart, Dr. Gallinger, shows if you do nothing, right? So from 26 would be the ending of 8/31/22, beginning of 9/1/22, based on the fiscal year. So the beginning balance for the budget that you would adopt in August would be 26 million in equity. If we do nothing on this top chart, we talked about that it would draw down the fund balance to approximately 21.5 million. So that would be a no cut budget. Now, the real trouble, as you know, is in the second year then. So you're correct. So the plan before you, though, do you have, what page is the, there, do we have a fund balance? Oh, we do. Where it actually shows the reductions of 11 million, what it does to fund balance. Is that detail on any of those slides? Keep going. Yes. That's sufficient.
That one, if we make the cuts.
That's if you make the cuts. So then your fund balance, you would be adding to fund balance by approximately what, $11 million, $7 million, the 4 versus the, right? If my math is correct. So you would be adding the fund balance in that case, and then reducing again the following year as needed. So.
Right. So I think that's my concern is, so fund balance is something that is, I mean, for lack of a better description, a rainy day fund. It's in order to backstop challenges. So I have a hard time structurally wanting to add to fund balance in a year like this. And so I understand what you've said before and leading off with, well, if you're not increasing your fund balance in your deficit spending and that you're sending the district in the wrong direction. So I'm not advocating for us to cut our fund balance lower. I have concerns about the messaging of why we're not shooting for flat. And the reason why is because, yes, and this is where I would disagree with the numbers a little bit for next year forecast. We know we're going to have less students. We know that we're going to have less money coming in because we're going to have less students. And we know that we'll continue to right size. This one, it seems to be very program driven. I can see future right sizing is because you will need less teachers in classrooms to teach 400 less children. So that one will not be 1-to-1 because we know that the state doesn't fully fund even basic education, but it'll be close. It'll be like 95%. So I have a hard time with us moving this forward. And so I'm just letting you know, that's my big picture concerns about this. So I don't have.
Do you want me to talk? Do you want me to just give me my 2 cents or?
Sure.
So Mr. Cherney and I talked about this because we knew this would be an issue or a concern because it does seem strange when you're like, well, so you're cutting budget and you're adding more money into your savings account. And again, you did point out, if we are not, really trying to, it's not 9 o'clock yet, so I haven't reached my, if we are not adding to our fund balance, we're in a deficit position. That is a correct statement. And some people don't quite comprehend that, just because they're not accountants, right? They don't understand that. But if you don't make those amount of reductions, when would you plan on making the reductions in a way that you would get structurally balanced if you don't continue to take? I guess that would be my thought.
So I'm not I understand we have to make reductions.
Yeah.
There's no question. That's not what I'm questioning. What I'm questioning is the amount. Because that to me looks like we're making more than we need to make. And because our goal is to be between 3 and 7% of an unreserved fund balance to meet the definition of what the board policy is.
Correct.
And now because our overall pie is going to shrink, what is $33 million or is $30 million, that percentage is going to be higher than if it's a $360 million budget, right? It's just a simple math thing. So if you would flip now, Steve, this is going to require you to work a little bit. If you go to our page, our ISC 411 page, and to the levies 2022, and then click on the EP&O. Yep, and then it says this levy continues funding for. Oh, sure.
It's in our.
So this is our levy page. And I think for me, I just have a really hard time with this and I just don't know how to reconcile it. But when I then look at what we're trying to do from a budget standpoint, it's not that we said that the levy continues funding for our PBSES program, because that's what I've heard very clearly from the administration, that we're going to continue it. It's going to look and it's going to feel different, but we're going to continue it. This specifically called out our PBSES coaches. And the voters were voting for this. Our campaign partners were campaigning very clearly on this. Like, this is an important thing to our elementary population. We know we need to bring elementary students into our district to right-size things, not just for next year, for an enduring time period. So this is one of the hallmarks of what sets the Issaquah School District apart. And it's been a huge investment. And it's really hard for me to see that this is what we lobbied for. This is what our voters, including myself, voted for. And yet this is what we're willing to cut. So I have a hard time with it. It truly, even to me, feels like it was a disingenuous thing about that. So I'm going to stop. And then it also says, it literally lists instructional coaches. It doesn't say, hey, how we implement or roll out curriculum. Like, it literally lists instructional coaches. And so in the future, when we do marketing and develop this, we're going to need to be more broad. So we can't, and I don't think that there was any intention of misleading our voters. So don't misinterpret me. And I know a lot has changed from when we launched this levy in the fall for all the things that my colleagues have said. But as soon as we started to know that things were going to be and look different, we probably should have been more in general terms, spoke about it. So I can understand, like, this is kind of a self-inflicted injury that we've done.
Yes, it is.
For why we've heard from who we've heard from. And we absolutely should have heard from them, because if I was a voter, if I was a teacher in this district and I saw this list and I was in those two employee categories, I would not think or worry. And I would be very surprised by what just got published on Wednesday. So that's my point of feedback for, we've just got to be better in how we communicate and how we message. And if we want to build a coherent message and we want to build trust with our staff, we've got to just do better.
Right. And if you put that list back up, you can see the rest that we are not cutting. I mean, I realize, and I agree. I mean, that could have been framed differently. But at the time we started it.
No, I know. And so I'm not pointing fingers. It's not, but it does seem very hard to swallow. So what my request is, so now here's the question specifically about that. I've been very passionate about equity. And when I see the 16.0, does that leave room for coaches anywhere? Or is that every single building?
That is every building.
And then what about the instructional coaches of, where are they? 9.0. Is that every single?
It is.
Okay.
All elementary buildings. They're not.
Yeah,
at
those are
secondary.
just in elementary.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Halftime.
Halftime, but
couple buildings.
except for a couple of buildings where we had 1.0.
So when we first launched this as pilot work that you led, which was really incredible, you started with just like 3 buildings. And through continued funding and expanded levy sponsoring of this, you were able to expand it to touch every building. It just seems like from an equity standpoint, at the very least, we should be supporting and going back to, if everything we're doing is right sizing our district back to 2018, like part of that is also going back to, yeah, we understand we have to draw it down, but not only if we know that programmatically doing it isn't going to be the same as without these people, but having some, like we hope that in the future that we will be successful with our legislators and they will listen to us. So losing all of our institutional knowledge, which is people, seems to be really short-sighted. And I'm not arguing like this list you had to do, like, I don't want your job. So, but it seems like we could find not even middle ground, but just some give. And it looks to me like if we wanted to stay flat, we could do that in order to have some presence, not just because it would do 2 things. One, it would serve our most impacted populations that we need, both in our elementary and our middle schools. Like there's no question. We've heard it, we continue to hear it. And we come across as tone deaf when we do nothing about it. And 2, it would preserve some institutional knowledge for when we can grow and expand that, whether it's through county funding or state funding or donations. So I don't know how and the what, but I do think that should be a conversation. The second thing I want to know is we're 5-on-7 for our secondary schedule. If it was 6-on-7, how much cost savings would that be?
Roughly, you need 15% more staffing to run a 5-7 than a 5-6.
You got, since we're all talking millions of dollars, you have to translate that to millions of dollars.
I believe there's 30, I'd have to look at the old sheet. I think there's 40 FTE tied up in the 7-period schedule. It's on the first.
Wait, Harlan, can you clarify your question? Did you say 6 of 7?
Right, our teachers teach 5 periods out of 7 periods.
Right.
So if they were to teach 6 of 7, I'm curious what.
Okay.
Right, because this is all.
No, I just wanted to.
Yeah. This is all value.
What savings would we have on the
Yeah, I'm just like,
implementation of the
we're
7-period
making
day?
choices, and I want to know what the choice like.
Well,
Obviously, I'm not making that choice. I want to know what it would be.
That is not going to be linear math, Dr. Gallagher. And I'll tell you as follows. So I just looked, there's 32.3 FTE at in the high school 7-period day right now. 4.8 million roughly? Does that exclude Liberty? Is that for all 3 comprehensives? Yeah, so 4.6. So there's 4.6 million right now for the additional 15% staff needed to run the 5-7 schedule at currently Issaquah and Skyline and soon to be Liberty. Now, why I say it's not linear math is because when we instituted the 7-period day, we had a choice to make, and we made it with IEA, not against IEA. We made the conscious choice to keep caseloads for secondary staff members constant. So a 7-period day for a staff member is 2 preps and consistent caseloads of, let's just say your caseload's 150. We'll use 30 and you teach 5 of 7. I'm getting late, I gotta do simple math. If we did a 6-7 model, we would have to then decide or bargain with staff of increased caseloads. Let's say it's 180 then as a secondary teacher for a caseload on a day, because you're doing 6 of 7, 6 times 30. So that's why I say the math isn't linear. You could potentially have a savings of 15% if you went back to a 6-period model, obviously. But if you went to a 6 of 7, you would have to likely bargain increased caseload for your secondary teachers. So you might be able to save some money in staffing, but like I said, it's not a linear equation by any means.
My point of this is it's a big number.
It is.
And that we have chosen through our negotiations with our teachers about what the choice is. And so our choice is that we're going to invest in that, and then we have less money to invest in this.
Correct.
And that's a choice, but I just want to be very clear, that's a big choice.
It's similar to the choice we talked about on the bell times, where we moved the bell times to around 8-ish. And that's approximately $1 million a year just to make that move of a half an hour or so. We went from a 3-tier to a 2-tier transportation system.
So given this cost, I guess I'm curious, and this is where I am going to put someone on the spot, is why is the Liberty transition not on the table? Like when I can do the simple math and see like, wow, I could have like 5 PBSCS coaches by keeping something the same. It doesn't add up for me.
Well, I can just speak briefly to that, in that it is my interpretation of what I've heard from the school board for quite a while now, that we wanted to have our buildings on a common schedule. And that was the goal when we set out to move to the 7 period. Also, as we went through that process, the Liberty staff have come forward. Previously, when they were confronted with the choice between an 8 and a 6, they were hard against the 6. But when given the schedule that Skyline and Issaquah High currently have, the teachers at Liberty have embraced that schedule by and large. So, because we wanted to have our high schools on a common schedule, because it was a schedule that the actual staff in that school felt favorable of, I think that's why we've headed in that direction, and didn't put the keeping Liberty schedule different than the other twos on the table, because I did not believe that was the desire of the board.
And that is another thing is on our levy, right? That we list that as one of those line items. That would be another bait and switch.
Yeah, and I totally get that.
That would be a bait and switch in the other direction.
Right.
I mean, there are still members of the Liberty community that feel we are taking away. And remember, the teachers didn't like what they were teaching 6 of 8 when their colleagues were teaching 5 of 6. But as soon as their colleagues were teaching 5 of 7, they said, oh, I'd rather teach 5 of 7 than 6 of 8. I mean, that's just math, and I don't blame them. That's just math.
And I totally, you were interpreting the school board absolutely correctly, superintendent, like no question. That is absolutely where we wanted to go. But that was also before we are having this discussion today.
It's true.
So
yeah.
And then I want to get some clarity, because you said that the ratios aren't changing. However, that's unless you're a math or science teacher, correct? Because if you're a math and science teacher in our secondary schools, the ratio is changing.
Yep,
and I just want to be clear, and
Yep.
we need to be, I don't want to be hammered with emails
Right.
all next week.
Yep.
So the ratios for our math and science teachers are changing.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Now, I will say with a caveat, it will depend upon how that principal builds their master
Schedules
schedule.
that building.
They could prioritize math and science class sizes over
It could
language
drive
arts,
it could
cetera.
drive an increase somewhere else.
Yeah, so yes, I will say very likely, Dr. Gallagher, that is what that FTE was earmarked for years ago. But to your point, that's where we sit. Yes, they're the I-728 relics of math and class size science reduction, since it was repealed by the legislature about 15 years ago. But we kept it in. That is going away, but we are not increasing our class size allocation model for general ed.
Right. So you have like a basic class size
Yes.
allocation model regardless of the subject.
So
And then they
this-
got bonus
This
on
is a
top of that.
holdover from that I-728 days for additional staffing in those specific categories that no other category got.
correct. Remember, I-728 was focused on PD, class size reduction, and we had to have the annual public hearings, et cetera. So yes, Dr. Gallagher is right, and he is good to point that out again. We talked about it a bit earlier, but it's good to put a finer point on that. And so that was the last relic of Initiative 728 that was left in the system.
And then the last comment I want to make is the savings. Sometimes when we're doing savings, even if we're doing our own personal budget, you have to really look like, what is the value that brings? And so if this cost savings of $40,000 a building for our high school athletic directors, just doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of value in that cost for the impact it's going to be to 5,000 high school students. So,
Well, I will point out our model of a building-based AD in each building is a pretty rich model, even for our region. Not every school district puts an AD in every high school.
I would say our model of stadiums across our high schools are very rich compared to our
Yes.
surrounding districts.
Yes, they
So-
are.
So there's no question that whether we necessarily on a personal level agree with
Mhm.
how much the investment in athletics is, there's no question that our community, every part of our feeder pattern communities value that. So like, I just think that again, it's gonna have a wide impact, far more impact than the $140,000 saving, $130,000, whatever it is, saving that it's going to be. So $130,000. So I
understand that, but I also would say, I get that it's 130,000 here or smaller 62,000, somebody could say, well, we really could use that office professional in special services. So why? It's only 62,000. Problem is those start to add up and
All those
soon-
crumbs make a cake, superintendent.
Thank you. I guess that's
Yeah.
where I was going.
I'll go to Sydney next, but I'll flip the thing. You may say 5,000 kids are all involved in sports. My kids never once did sports and they were totally involved in activities. So if we're going to start getting down there and picking at those things, then I want something else in there. See, that's the problem we run into. Not all kids are involved in sports. All kids are involved in something in our high schools, sports, activities, the arts, all kinds of things. And so by doing a little bit here and there, we're still supporting our students to do those things in our high schools. We're not eliminating it. We're not eliminating sports and activities, and we're still supporting our kids. So I don't think we can pick through this at that point. Sydney.
I think what for me, this is about definition of done of this conversation tonight, because from my seat, we're talking about what is roughly 4 percentage points of what we do. So yes, we could sit here for the next several hours and pick something in the 96% of what is left in the budget to determine its value or worth. I would rather not do that for the next period of time if we can avoid that. I think it's completely valuable to have a conversation about where we may have misset expectations in the levy and how we want to address those. But I would rather not spend the next couple of hours digging into what we may individually value or want to re-question of many years of work. So that's, I guess, my statement. What I would love to do, though, is get back to the conversation of what is on the board for the evening, what's on the table, and where we may have misset expectations and own that for the evening. I think that is a fine and clear way to maybe address our differences in any individual item available to us. I agree that we have terribly set expectations around PBSES. And I think we need to own that. And we need to decide what is an appropriate way to handle it. So I agree also with the sense of leaving capacity. And so I guess the proposal I would make is, again, I've been super transparent that I am struggling with the complete elimination of that, that support system on the board. So my question is to getting to done. So what would be the right way to get to what could be an alternate proposal in that space?
I'm not sure about an alternate proposal because in some of these buildings, it probably depends on what resource any one building needs. So one thing we could do is we could move forward with this with a resolution directing the superintendent to find that high need resource for those high need buildings, whichever that is, because for one building, it could be a social worker. For another, it could be more of a PBISES. For another, it could be a different kind. is there anything we could do there that would help then share our priority of where you go going forward in supporting the buildings?
Well, that's a very good point. Not all our PBSES staff are definitely valuable. They're not always there are some cases where you might need a social worker instead of a PBSES staff, or you might need a counselor instead of, so it gets to that end, expressing your priorities to the superintendent. Obviously you can do that anytime you want. But we are not done staffing the organization for 22-23 yet. Hamstringing us on the means of the budget, particularly since we have the budget priorities and we're having a conversation now, becomes difficult. As I said, the cabinet team is working on how they may want to triage the support, and we're still doing the budget math as well. So I mean, it makes me a little nervous to have.
So I have a thought on this, because I am also very sensitive to the fact that, and I'm getting the same tweet, text, and everything that everybody else is related to the bait and switch, if you will. And I also want to be clear, these decisions were not made in a vacuum. We consulted with our principals to some degree, although that's very difficult for them, but certainly with the cabinet team, which we are almost all former principals as well and have ran buildings in this district. But to that end, I would say, because, I've heard in the past 24 hours since we originally dropped the board agenda, the concerns. So the board could pass a motion directing the superintendent to come back with a plan to provide some targeted PBSES and/or I would include instructional support, because as Director Gallinger pointed out, that's on the list. That was on the EP&O list as well. It wasn't bolded, but it was on the list to provide some targeted PBSES and/or instructional support where the need is greatest, getting to the not equal but equitable. When you direct me to do something, I do it. And so we could make that happen. Does it mean that our budget problem, we're going to have to look again at the budget issue? And yes, but I'll be honest, my goal tonight is to get some budget program reductions. Because as I've said now, I think 2 or 3 times already, I fear more the position I could leave my predecessor in the future if we don't do anything. But I do understand the concern, and I hear the concern, and it's a legitimate concern that people are raising.
And that would be directing you for your priorities with what resources you do.
I would have to figure out a way
because this
to
would
do
be
it.
something that we need to take action on because we are up against a time deadline.
Yeah, there are other ways that we, and Mr. Cooper is correct. We are not done staffing the 22-23 school year yet. There are other ways that we can continue to squeeze down a bit on the organization. Which could mean that, and we've had the good fortune of being able to when class sizes started to get a little large, and we would often release an additional FTE to a building, as an example. And so when you look back to the way that we staff the buildings, technically most years we overstaff by our own formula. Well, we could do less of that, and that might cover some of the costs that we would want to bring back. And I want to be perfectly honest here. I'm not talking about bringing back 29 positions, which would be the collective of the PBS and the instructional coaches. We might be able to bring back a few. And again, I completely support this philosophy of putting them in the targeted places. Now, I do want to be clear when talking with principals, if they might say, and we've had these discussions, I love my PBSES coach, but I need somebody who can do X. And you keep hearing that, what's that X? That's why we talk about social workers, because some of that is outreach to community services. That's a way that social workers can work with families and students to try to help provide some additional resources so the child can be more successful at school. And just to Director Meraldo's point, I would love it if some other government entity would provide those. I just don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. So we've still got work to do. But if it helps the board, and I understand why it would, for us to be able to do something like that, we could absolutely do that. Won't be easy, but we could absolutely do it. And it won't be 29 positions because that wouldn't help us budgetarily, but we could potentially do something like that.
Accentuate one point that we're going to make. It might not be a PBSES coach. It could be a social worker. I want people to hear what the superintendent said. We want to provide student supports. It might not be in the same type of position, but it could. So it could be social worker. It could,
and there could be and
could be
some
PBS,
additional
yes.
PBS support too. And it might be, again, when you're using a triage system, all of a sudden you start to have more itinerant people too. People that have to be more. They might not be assigned to a specific building. They might be assigned to 3 buildings to provide support.
Targeted.
So this is going to be a question because I'm not as familiar with the details of the bill. The bill that just passed that talked about school nurses, counselors, it also included social workers. So if we changed from a PBSES coach and we moved to having a social worker, would we get some funding from the state to backfill that? Or I don't know, or do we not qualify because we're not poor enough?
So the early OSPI has done a compliance Q&A on this. They also released their compliance tool for early measurement. Early measurement compliance shows that we are 38 positions above the state allocation already. Because remember, I do want, this is going to be a bit of a.
That's really important though for people to understand. We are already 38 positions above what the initial information they're pushing out.
In that area.
Yeah,
In the area of counselors,
counseling.
nurses.
And I think it's
etc.
important. I've had emails back and forth with counseling staff throughout the district. And, I guide them to the same place where I'm getting my information. Here's OSPI, here's how you calculate it, here's what they're doing for compliance. I think what's missing in the bill digest as it was written was terrible. The summary of the bill, that's my personal opinion, and it is what it is. It was very misleading and confusing. What it didn't say in there was district's biggest investment often. It says it's physical safety's in there. So for a district like us, we have huge amounts of crossing guards, physical safety. We have security guards, which we just talked. All those positions, and we're 38 positions above the state compliance now. That isn't even counting our security guards or our contracted Swedish mental health positions. So we would be 50 plus on the FTE. So I don't believe, as I get into the 1664 further, that it will drive additional revenue, but we're already paying for it. So you will have, I'll say this the correct way. It should drive some additional revenue. It won't be because we are hiring additional counselors. It's because we've already been paying them for, or the compliance model for many years. So the good news is that we've already staffed well above what the state is going to allocate. And so as that formula matches up, you will get some additional money. The bad news is that you're going to have to manage expectations around that money because it wasn't communicated very clearly to a lot of stakeholders. Because by the time you add in all the eligible staff, at least here in Issaquah, since we have put a significant amount of money into traditional safety measures,
it was one of my pillars of my superintendency.
Right. It will not drive a requirement for additional counseling.
And presumably all of those 38 positions are levy funded?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. That's an example where, right?
Because at some point we talk about all this stuff that's levy
Yes,
funded. At some point, the levy doesn't cover all that.
Well, yeah, at least in the model they're showing, it shows what the state's funding for counselors, correct? But then it shows what our gap is. Remember, it also includes SLPs, OT. So we have successfully hired speech language pathologists, very difficult to do, and psychologists as well, because we have an intern program and a pipeline. We're very hard over the years to hire those staff. That, however, count towards compliance to 1664, which unfortunately it's not as counselor heavy as it was made out to be.
Sydney?
One of the things that would be, I think, really helpful, because at some point it's a lot of words, it's a lot of acronyms, and it can be very hard to follow. One of the things that would be incredibly helpful for me, and I think for maybe others, would be to simply diagram around a student what the support services are. I think for me, and I can only tell you my impression as I read the emails as they continue to come in, is what I read in people's concern is my student is connected with a person. That person happens to have a title, and depending on which person it is for your student at which school, that title is different. What can be hard for my seat is that to understand all of the roles, because as you've just said, we're well above what the state would say that model is surrounding the student. And I'm happy to be above that model. I think that's what makes us special. But I think it also is hard for folks to appreciate that there's multiple surrounding components around each of our students or available to each of our students. And that the person that's making a difference today happens to have a title. And if I think that title is in jeopardy, that is a concern to me. So I think one, and again, being transparent, I am trying to get to a point where I know that there are cuts that need to be made. And I have also been in sales a long time. I'm trying to get to a yes for me in my own head. So that's what's happening at the moment. And I think for me, part of that picture is this surrounding care. We're talking about occupational therapy. We're talking about social workers. We're talking about psychologists. This is a very, frankly, full and rich model. And I understand losing any one of those components may feel very painful for any one individual child. But I think what we have not communicated well is what is that full surround? And what of that full surround, again, we're not talking about 96% of the services we're keeping intact. We're having a whole lot of conversations about 4%, which always feels weird because they come the most important percent. But I think for me to get to that yes, it has to be a different picture of what does that support team look like per building, and what does maybe a differentiated support team look like at a building we believe needs additional supports. And I think without that picture, we end up in this conversation, which is moving one piece feels painful because we're not putting in context of what is the rest of the surround. And so for me, not only would I want to explore, because I'm about how do we get to yes, how do we get to done, is one, what is the right thing? I don't want to direct your specific action. I know it's not where I sit, but I also want to get to a yes in my mind to be of support of something. And without that full surround, I will struggle to get there. Because I think we're just doing this. We're doing this at the outlier and not the full picture.
Oh, Marnie?
Here's my struggle is I want to get you to yes. I don't know even remotely how to get us there tonight is one of the things I'm concerned about. What I'm also concerned about though, is that there was a much longer list that we picked from that ultimately, I go back to the original thing. We have a $27 million problem. And next year, if we do nothing, it becomes a $32 million. If we do this, it's a $21 million problem. So whether I cut it this year or next year or the year after that, it's going to have to go away. Most of the things on that list, which is very scary, if we do not get an influx of students, will need to go away. Now, I will fight things that happen at the secondary level because enrollment goes down at the elementary. So for me, the 7-period day is untouchable until such time as we have so few, we need fewer teachers at the high school, and then we deal with it that way. So for me, I would love to not have to make this decision and do these cuts, but I think we have to make the cuts. This is not as deep as I think we should have gone. I think we should have gone 15 because we're going to go 5 more in the whole next year.
Yeah.
And so for me, I'm at yes because this is better than what I think we need to be doing.
And on that one, I can agree with you. I think we're leaving another much bigger problem for next year. As painful it is to make the cuts this year, we're still going to walk into all the things we're debating here. If they're not cut now, they'll be cut potentially, or will be cut next year, plus the other things that were on that list. I would like us to get to a place where we can be a yes on this to move forward tonight. This is a very time critical part of this process to get the budget and the program review and program reduction in place because it needs to be done at this meeting. And so if we are able to move forward with a yes here and come back with a supporting motion to show our priorities towards making sure that the supports are given to where the need is the greatest, whatever that supports is, that can be squeezed out of what we have left.
Do you think we could take a break and then come back to have that conversation?
We could. Or just, do you mean that, or just take a 10-minute break?
I mean, like a 10-minute
I need to use the restroom. So I don't mind that one at all. Let's take that 10-minute break so we can use the restroom because we've been going at this for a while and come back and just pick up where we are. So we're not tabling anything. Okay.
You went to the restroom. Oh, good.
Let them know.
I waited as long as I could.
I need people to have like a flag to put up that tells me where the 10 minutes. You can't go any further.
along. We have, the next item follows right along with this one, and but the next two are EL 12, where we were going to review the interpretation and give feedback, and we have capital projects. I can push off to a later meeting, one, either or both. Do we have, so that we can, get back a little bit of time? Does anybody have any strong preferences? My first thinking was to push off the EL 12, because that's just, again, it's not an actual monitoring, it's a review of an interpretation, so we can find another time to do that.
Yeah, it actually says monitoring, but you're right, it's not.
It's not. And
I
then,
would be happy to push that one.
okay, and then Tom Mullins is still here about capital projects, so we could, and he said he can do his in 5 minutes, so. No, we need to finish what we're
We need
doing.
to finish. I think we're close.
Yeah. Okay, so once we come back out, we can move forward with it. Okay, so back on our item. And I understand we all are trying to get to a place and a yes place. I'm still in support of these cuts. I feel like they're essential and the minimum of what we need to do. I do support the idea of helping to show our priorities to superintendent and administration about making sure that the targeted supports are put into the high need areas to the best of their ability by reprioritizing other resources that they have. So I'm willing to move forward with where we are. I think we need to decide if we're at a place where we give a little more input and we can get to a place of taking a vote on it since it's sitting before us. Sydney? No, don't talk to you. Or don't ask you to talk to me. Sorry about that. See, it's getting late and we need to, be able to move on.
So I agree with it. I think I agree with your comment about getting on with the vote in front of us. I've been pretty clear about my challenges of the evening. I'm also clear that we are a policy governance board. And so there are some specifics of what we do here that's maybe not mine to specify. However, I would want to reiterate that I'm not comfortable with 100% removal of the programs we just said we were doing. I'm comfortable with rethinking how we do them. I'm comfortable with believing that we've, matured to a state that we feel like we can or should do something different. I'm very comfortable with those ideas. I know it's hard when you're presenting, just this piece for discussion to not cover the whole rest of the conversation. And so I'm probably wanting maybe a little bit more of the rest of the conversation, which, to be specific, is the total support picture, what that looks like in any school and in a school where we believe they need more supports. So I think if we could have a vehicle to indicate that part of the conversation needs to continue, a rethinking of how we approach both the instructional coaches and the PBSES, that would be my preference.
Anyone else?
Well, I basically agree with what Sydney said insofar as an ongoing conversation. I think it would be helpful to just, talk about all the different supports and how, if this piece is missing, this piece can cover, or, I think she made a really good point earlier when she was saying that parents and students feel a connection to a person, and that person, could be a coach, but in a different environment, that person could be a counselor or could be someone else. And there is a bigger picture around that. But we don't have the luxury of getting into that tonight because this is a vote we have to take tonight for better or for worse, because we have time limitations on how this can be done. I also will just hearken back to something you said, geez, I don't know, an hour ago, but we do have to own the fact that when we were marketing the levy to the voters, we were not really cognizant of the possibility that budget cuts could impact an entire chunk of what was in that levy. And again, we have to own that. It was, there are a lot of programs that are fully levy supported. There are a lot of programs that are partially levy supported. There are a lot of programs that we think the levy will always support. This is a case where it was levy supported in the past, and going forward, it won't be, but we didn't know that at the time. There is a communication issue there for the board, and we are going to have to own that.
Marnie?
I love Sydney's picture. I hope we can actually get a picture of a student and the support, the people around it. Because when we talk about our equity work and we talk about inclusion, for me, it's all about every student feeling that there is an adult in that building that cares about them. I mean, ultimately, that is my goal, that every student feels a connection to somebody in that building that cares about them, cares about their future. And I think that's what, you know, we've seen that these PBSES coaches or other people in the building are able to do. So for me, that's the heart of it. How that happens, what title they have, I'm less concerned about, as much as what skill are they bringing to the situation. So I think that that's a picture I really want to see. What are all the supports that we do have? Because I think we are supporting students way more than when my kid was in elementary. I think my youngest person would be a completely different person had the opportunities for a PBS coach been there. And, you know, just all of that, MTSS, if that was in the buildings, what would that look like? So I think knowing that, what are those supports for students? And I agree that we need to own the fact that we did not expect a 5.5% IPD. We need to own the fact that that's over a $10 million hit that we did not expect. Period. We didn't know that 2 months ago, let alone back when we were first drafting the levy. So if somebody wants to recall me over that, my husband would love it.
Many spouses might lead that campaign, because okay, I'm not going there. Okay.
But I want to go back to something that we've said a couple of times. I think, is it like 9%, 90% of the spouses would be okay with that. I would say that we keep talking about why this is urgent without saying why it's urgent. We have a contractual obligation by the end of April to make this decision. We could only push this off one more business day. So unless we're all going to get time to gather together to do something tomorrow, I don't think much is going to change by tomorrow. It would be very, very challenging for us to do this.
Yeah, and on top of that, and actually more binding down on us is a legal obligation to make notification by May 15th. That one, I mean, we can work with IEA and, you know, we've put a hold on possible meeting on Monday, which they agreed to. But to your point, that's one working day.
Right. And that was more about if we had the whole.
It was really about the levy. Yeah.
We're prepared
But
in all circumstances.
the May 15th date, there's nothing we can do about that. And I want to be clear, we can't make a decision on May 13th if we need to execute a reduction in force and make it happen. Our HR team is working on that right now, trying to be ready in time. So
This is a matter that we have talked through deeply and need to make a decision on.
And I think the biggest thing to that point, the bait and switch around the levy, to me, it's not a bait and switch. I do apologize that we talked about things specifically and now we're talking about them 2 days later about having to cut. But thank you anyway for passing those levies, because this conversation would be extremely different today.
It would,
if that didn't.
It would be an enormously different conversation to cut $50, $60 million out of our budget. As painful it is to cut this 11.4, talk about cutting 50 to 60 million out of the budget.
President Moore, if I could, look, I'm the superintendent. I lead this organization. I have to own that miscommunication. I have sold levies to this community probably more than any individual in the last 2 decades. And I am so appreciative of this community support for that. It kills me to think that they would, that I have created an environment in which they are challenging our integrity here. So I hear that rings true to me. You've all been speaking of this tonight. So for that reason, I believe we have to do something in that space of student supports, PBSES, and instructional. So whether you pass a motion or not, I'm prepared to come back and share a plan that would address the PBSES and the instructional coach concerns at our highest need buildings to the extent that our resources make it allowable. I mean, we just have to be honest with ourselves. And I can tell you unequivocally, in my opinion, that does not represent 29 staff, which is 4.5 million of the cuts in front of you, or in somewhere in that ballpark. But we could do something. There are some pockets. We've already been having those conversations. I don't have that fully vetted out in front of me to share with you tonight. But we would go back. I would work with my cabinet team. They work directly with those principals. We look at our data, whether it be academic data, discipline data, attendance data, and we could make a determination about where we could do that. And I think to an earlier question, the simple answer is yes, it would have to come out of levy funds. And we would have to tighten belts somewhere else. It wouldn't be nearly the robust gold standard plan that we've had in place the last few years. But I do feel that like I need to try to honor, at least better honor that commitment to our voters. And so I'm more than happy and will gladly do that work.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Now I'm looking.
Is the next item up for modification of the resolution? Because that's where we could address some of these concerns.
Or we could do it as a standalone instead of touching the resolution as a standalone statement of direction.
I mean, I want to address the resolution anyway, because I think it's missing some really important whereas facts. Since I don't want to get into the next topic, but I'm going to be
because we need to finish
for
this one to move
modifying the resolution, and then in there we could include some of the board prioritization or concern, or however we want to word it.
Okay.
I'm saying, I'm asking if that's even a possibility.
Yeah, I don't, okay, so I don't
If
really
it's
know.
not a possibility.
Because the resolutions are the very legal easy things, and so I can't answer.
Yeah, what's the mechanism by which we could scratch that itch that I hear several of our board
Whereas aren't
members?
as legally as.
I was
the
going to say,
therefores.
whereas technically aren't legally binding. However,
The
legal
therefores
counsel did help us prep that resolution. The most important parts of our course is therefore. Now, to that point, since whereases are more descriptive than legally binding, I don't believe, I get really nervous free writing whereases and resolutions this late at night. But to that point, I think it'd be better to follow your course of action and have a standalone motion from the board, not interfering with the resolution that carries a lot of legal weight. Not that changing the whereases would make it invalid. It is an extra step in a very.
So I'll go back to, I
particular
think we
document.
need to finish with the item we're on before we start moving into the resolution. Then we can discuss the resolution, and from that, determine if we can pass it or if there has to be any changes to it. And then maybe go with the option of making a standalone statement that we vote on with that direction. But I think we need to deal with the item at hand and take this vote.
Yeah, because this vote is really about what are the programs, because the resolution doesn't call out the specifics. So by taking this action, we're saying this is what the we're accepting these as the recommendation.
Yes.
So I think if we were to do anything, it would be to change this motion. If we wanted to alter it to have an accept.
Now, see,
So you have to amend this current one to direct the superintendent.
I think we
to do
should keep it clean and keep them as two separate things. I agree.
I just don't know, how do I pass this motion that says do this and then say, and then I'm going to ask you to do another motion that's going to tell you to do something other than what I just made a motion for.
No, we're not telling him not to do this. We're telling him to reprioritize what resources he does have, because those are different resources. We're not undoing what is in this, but we're asking him to make a priority out of the resources he has to focus on the highest needs in those buildings. So whether that resource, whatever the label is for that resource, because for any building, it could be different.
Right. Yeah, I guess I would say, though, what I'm hearing and what I've heard from the community is that it's definitely something in that arena of positive behavioral, social, emotional supports and instructional supports, because those things were specifically called out in our EP&O information. So, I mean, I would, whether you directed me to or not, that's the area I would be focusing on. Obviously, I can't say that a PBSES support that is not funded to the tune of $3 million would look the same. I'd need my team to help me figure out, okay, what would be appropriate, what would meet the intent, and it would absolutely be local levy funded that would support the buildings that we want to support and do this. I mean, again, we had some of those types of conversations even as we were forming the list in front of you. We just, in the end, made the choice that we did, but that certainly can be revisited. But I would agree with Director Moore. This would be the cut that you would be voting in, we would be working from. We would have to go reprioritize the resources somewhere else.
Sydney?
So I realize what I'm about to say is probably not Robert's rulesy enough, but I'm going to try to use my simple thinking, which is the way the current one is worded of what the action to be taken is to approve the program service reductions estimated at the number as presented by the administration. And just to be clear, I can't say yes to that. If what we're saying is that it would have to be a separate piece that does the add-on, for me, it'd be challenging to get to the next piece. Like, I don't know how I get there from here because I can't accept here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that just may be a matter of how it works, but I'm just communicating what I am about to do, I guess.
Well, we have a couple of choices. We could move forward with the vote with the remainder of the board, knowing that. We could
I think you've taken enough conversation. I think it's time for a vote.
Yeah.
I think we should vote, and depending on the result of the vote, you figure out what your next step is.
On how we either put that in or use a different motion going forward. I have confidence from hearing what everyone has said that a motion to direct the superintendent, I made a note. I did. I made so many notes, but I wrote, okay, direct the superintendent to provide targeted resources where the need is greatest insofar as resources allow, which is our direction to reprioritize what resources he have. I've heard enough from the board to have faith that that would pass, but that's me.
But if that is not the question you're asking, I guess I just want to be
No,
super
right,
clear.
that's
That-
correct.
that is
That's
not
correct. That would
This
be,
motion
that
is on the table.
this is the motion on the table. That could be a future motion on the table. So we have two, Marty?
Is there any reason we can't amend this motion to include that language? That's what I was saying before.
I don't know, Jake, I'm trying, you guys, these are very legal directed. And
The
so,
program reduction
yeah.
motion language, I would be more comfortable with you amending that than touching that RIF resolution.
So if
To
we,
be
if
very clear
somebody,
with you.
if somebody magically moved to amend the motion to go from, I move the board approve the proposed 22-23 program service reductions estimated at 11.38 as presented by the administration, and to direct the superintendent to provide targeted resources where the need is greatest insofar as resources allow.
So moved.
I'm just,
No,
Would you not want to call out specifically the
Oh.
PBSES and instructional component of it?
yeah, the only reason I think I had it because you guys kept talking about social workers and stuff.
Yeah.
I would
wasn't
like
trying
to hear from
eliminate that.
Director Gallinger.
I'm sorry, what?
it seems inconsistent to add that to this motion when you're leaving in the estimated amount, because obviously that's going to change. So,
But and I guess back to the original point is that reduction doesn't change. What we're asking him to do is reprioritize what resources.
Other
he does have.
resources.
And I know there's some cognitive dissonance, but if you don't take the action on the budget reductions and make the change to the program cuts, you will not be able to then reprioritize and have a triage type system. So you have to take one action before you can actually have the superintendent reprioritize and look at the program a new way. I know because Sydney was kind of thinking about how it wouldn't work linearly, but you actually have to take the action, make the reductions, so that we can rebuild the program. That's I mean,
No.
that's how I get around it.
So that's a two-step process.
Well, no, it's a one-stepper. You would have.
Oh,
to
you
vote
mean, but so you were still okay with the way I phrased a theoretical amendment?
Correct. 'Cause I don't
And
think it's
if-
not changing the underlying action. You're just providing further direction to the superintendent and staff.
Oh, and
I
and
mean,
we
I
could
want to be clear. It doesn't make the job any easier.
Right.
I mean, to cut 11.38 million and then to come back to you and say, and here's how I'm going to continue some PBSES support and instructional support in the highest needs areas. And PBS support may not be a PBSES coach. It may
Right.
look different than that. That's going to be hard work. I don't want to kid anybody. And sitting here right now at 9:15, I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. I know it can be done, and it will create a ripple somewhere else in the system, but it wouldn't require board action beyond that. It would be an administrative action that I would be taking.
no, that's my point though, is I would feel much more comfortable if we changed it to estimated, because it's still estimated at 10 million or 10.5 or whatever, because the graph which shows that our fund balance is scheduled to do this is not something that sits well with me in this context, because that's not what I'm trying to do.
Except that in order to move forward with a reduction in force, you need a specific number of people, yes? I mean, if we let me finish, because if we change the dollar amount there, then don't we in fact potentially change the number of people? And now the district doesn't have a specific
have
RIF
the-
target.
Right. Well, that would all have to be reworked. That would be changing the entire thing.
No, the resolution does not have any specific detailed to that degree. Like the resolution language is very clear about the superintendent is directed to take any action necessary to implement such reductions to the following employee groups as needed: certificate staff, office professionals, custodial maintenance, and other unrepresented employees who will be affected by the district's change in operations necessitated by lack of revenue. I think that gives broad license to do that. It's not like it says that the district will do a RIF at this level, at this number. It does not say those things.
Okay, if you have a legal type answer back. But again, we've had others on the board saying we actually need to increase. So maybe we should be adding things, right? Because I don't know that cutting the 10 million is going to be enough because of the rolling impact for next year. So maybe I want to add something to this list.
maybe so. My advice to you is follows. The program reductions before you need to be either voted up or down, ideally, and not altered with. I mean, right, we've had discussions. The resolution is also tied to the amount of staff you would reduce and therefore change the RIF resolution, potentially on your action. Council has advised me over the years that when you do program reductions, since you have the authority under statute, you have the sole authority to change educational program, you need to be clear and have a rational basis. So they've always advised me to put in a brief description, the resulting FTE, and the estimated cost figures. So when you start to stray away from that, I do have a little discomfort about how everything ties together. So if we have a detail within that board blurb, which is your evidentiary matter in this case on a program reduction. Remember, we have to have an evidentiary matter in a reasonable and rational basis. So the board blurb is always very detailed when we do these budget meetings. It makes me a little unnerved if you're going to unwind all that. I won't say it's precision, but how everything ties together.
It's not just the motion language, it's
No.
everything that's
Correct.
in the
It's the
blurb that goes
program
with it.
reduction action itself is what you're doing. Remember, you have different types of staff in there. The RIF resolution is to give the authority of the superintendent to actually conduct the mechanics of reduction in force.
To a specific employee group, IEA
Correct.
members.
And it also gives you latitude to do classified reductions, which we have on the docket as well.
That's correct, yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I mean, again, the program reduction, which is why it is very difficult. This process is different this time. This is why we've always brought you the resolution. I know you don't like it, and it's either been an up or down vote because it is very legally prescribed. You do need a rational basis of reduction. And as you start to make things incongruent, your rational basis may be not as solid as it once was. So my recommendation would be you vote up or down the program reductions, then tackle the RIF resolution. And if you want to direct the staff and superintendent, you can either do it in a standalone or amend something else.
Right, and that's.
That's
to
all
what we
is
did- it's
advice
Similar to
that's-
what we did last year when
Correct.
we redirected him for
You can always
restoration.
come back in the first part of May and direct the superintendent to do, or staff to do whatever you'd like via any resolution.
Right.
But my recommendation before you tonight is that you have fiduciary and legal obligation to finish the program reductions up.
Yeah, I was just, I'm going along with what CFO Cooper says in that I think we need to vote up or down on the resolution, or I'm sorry, on the reductions. I don't care the order of, do we direct the superintendent to do something about the supports and then vote on the resolution, or vice versa, but I am uncomfortable with messing with the I was uncomfortable with messing with the language before Jake got up and spoke. I'm really uncomfortable doing it now, and I understand that this could result in a 3-2 or a 2-3 vote. But, you know, I think we have to take them one at a time.
Then I think we should take a vote on this one. Okay.
And of course, then if it fails, we go to Plan B.
Okay, so the motion on the table is for the board to approve the proposed 2022. Oh, did somebody have something else? Oh, sorry. Okay, the motion on the table is for the board to approve the proposed 2022-23 program service reductions estimated at 11.38 million as presented by the administration. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that is a 3-2 vote, and the motion passes.
Thank you.
Now, we can do one of two things. If someone wanted to entertain a motion similar to what we were discussing, we could do that now, or we could go on and do the reduction in force resolution first, and then take on something that somebody would like to add on.
think
I
we
would-
should finish. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And go through the reduction in force.
I would
resolution.
request that we just do that at the next meeting, like it's similar to last year. I don't think that we should do that tonight.
Wait, do what tonight?
Not do the piece where we're talking about directing him to re-add targeted resources
Okay.
as necessary. And that's fine too. It does not have to happen tonight. It's a conversation we
Yeah,
can
I
have.
think we should be able to put more thought into it. And right now,
And, right, it would be a simple statement otherwise, right? Yeah, and we could have more time to sit and work, and to Sydney's picture of all the resources around kids and the language around.
We could even potentially do a work study around that, where we would
Yes.
have the opportunity to really discuss it more.
What that picture looks
I don't,
like.
yeah, and I don't know what, you'll all set the agenda for your next meeting, but that would be one way we could do it.
Yes. All right. So let's
a
go on
motion?
to the next item, which is the reduction in force resolution.
I move the board adopt resolution 1183, authorizing the superintendent to implement a reduction in force as presented.
Second.
All right. Do you, we've pretty much, really hammered on this. I don't know if there's anything you need to add about the resolution, and then questions directed at it. All of it is really supported by the entire conversation we just had for 3 hours.
I did have one thing I wanted to share related to this resolution. As the board considers the resolution, I would like to point out that should the board pass this resolution, we will be notifying the Issaquah Education Association via a letter from President Moore of the actual Riff line, because I know it was one of our staff members mentioned this in public comment that I had verbally stated that number last year. I did got some feedback from some of my colleagues here on the board as well, or my bosses, I should say, that didn't feel that kind as a way to do it. So in a conversation that Assistant Superintendent of HR Hood and I had today with our IEA president, I shared that if this action was taken, we would do what we've always done, and we would provide the letter that would provide the actual Riff line. And at that point, I believe what she shared with us, she will likely just turn that back out to her members. But because I feel like I also need to do that, I will then follow up with an email to all staff. And unfortunately, I have no mechanism by which I can just email IEA members. It's an amalgamation. I would email all staff, subject line intended for IEA members, and I have a brief statement in there, and I would attach a copy of the letter. So they would get it from their union president, and they would get it from me as well. And they would receive it via email.
And that email would be approximately when?
It would probably go out sometime later tonight.
Right. Okay. That was what I was looking for. So that it would
Yes.
go out tonight.
Yes. And I believe the IEA president said she would turn hers tonight as well.
Okay. Good to know.
I mean, so we would have some work to do at the end
At
of
the end of
this meeting, and I would be up in my office, but we would make that happen tonight in that manner. And I only speak to that because it is different than our past practice was. And I just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have questions on the resolution? Comments, statements?
are we taking public input, or is this because it's
Oh.
a joint item that we're not going to take public input?
Yeah, I didn't even think of it because we did so much with the prior one.
I don't care. I just was
Yeah,
curious before we move on to board discussion.
I'm happy to throw it out there if anybody wants to do public comment on this one, because they are two separate items. But as far as most of our discussion all applies to this item as well as the last one. So is there anyone in the room that wants to do public comment? Anyone on Zoom? There's a hand up. Gwen, Lloyd? Okay, so for public comment, it's still 2 minutes. Please state your name and your attendance area of the district. There you go. You got your video on and you can turn on your audio. Thank you very much. Let's see. I know.
Okay,
There we
can you
go.
hear
I
me?
see the unmute. Now we can.
Okay, great. So thank you for your time. My name is Gwen Lloyd. I'm a teacher at Skyline High School. We continue to hear about how absolutely and rightfully concerned everyone is about our students' mental health, and I completely get that. Our schools are being asked to mitigate and manage the mental health impacts of a lingering global pandemic that's taken the lives of more Americans than World War I, II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War combined. In short, we are dealing with a mental health crisis for our students. Any Riff is going to result in an increase in class sizes, and to believe otherwise is simply folly. Regardless of what you're hearing from those who sit in an administrative office, the fact is, ask yourselves how you're going to save $900,000 by cutting overload pay, which triggers because of a Riff, if classes aren't already above 32 or 33 students per classroom. If our class sizes are so low and won't be increased, there won't be $900,000 to save in overload pay. It doesn't make sense. Instead, ask those of us who sit in classrooms with 34 students. The numbers you hear aren't even close to reflective of the reality of general ed core class teachers at the secondary level. And as you think about class size, think about those relationships you want teachers to build with students to help protect and watch out for their mental health. Think about our ability to actually touch bases with and have personal moments with students, and the fact that every student you add to a class makes those connections significantly more difficult. Not only in that class, but for the teacher overall, who is trying to be the first line of defense for over 150 students every day. A Riff puts our students directly in danger. I know that we have a budget problem in ISD. I've listened through all of this. The question I have to ask is why teachers and school staff are the first to be considered when it comes to cutting. The cuts you're considering are to programs that directly impact student mental health. The board can and should consider Director Gallinger's comments earlier this evening regarding a flat budget that doesn't include such deep cuts. And I know you've already voted on that. But it's hard to see doing a Riff that adds to a rainy day fund because it's raining hard right now in our schools. This is the emergency that money is there to help mitigate.
Thank you for your input. The time is up.
Thank you. Sorry.
I appreciate it. I know it's hard for you on the Zoom to hear the timer. So I have to be a little more just interruptive on those because I know.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Looks like we have one more and then that will be it. Shelley's iPad or Shelby? Well, I can't. There we go.
Hi, I just want to say that I appreciate.
Go ahead and state your full name so we have it for the record and whatever area of the district you're in. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Randolph, and I am a second grade teacher at Sunset Elementary. And I have been listening to the whole meeting tonight for some of my colleagues with less years of experience who did not want to listen in, but who are waiting desperately to find out what that Riff line number is. They have been nervous all day. And even though I understand Superintendent Teely of your intent to be kind and send that out in email later, we all have to work tomorrow, as I'm sure you guys do too. But I do not think it's being in the best interest of the teachers that I know who are potentially going to be riffed to make them wait longer. It's been a painful day already. That's all.
Thank you for your input. Okay, I see two more. I see three more. So we're going to have to call it at that. Oh, really? No, that's Boyd and Cammie. Oh, you mean from the earlier one? If it's repeat, did Deborah Walters, what was that? Say it again, Marnie.
We're eliminating a board item, so there's two extra people. I don't mind.
Yeah, because I'm gonna, as soon as we get to that one, I'm gonna eliminate EL 12. Okay. So, okay. I see three. We have Boyd, Cammie. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, Boyd, Cammie, and Deborah, and then we're gonna call it at that. So we're gonna start with Boyd, only because that's whoever keeps popping to my top. All right.
Hi, Boyd Cottam here, 4 hours in purgatory, if you remember me from earlier. I'd just like to echo the last couple speakers and let you know that if you didn't know, there are 80 people on this Zoom and like 250 on YouTube. And I don't think those people are just here for the fun. So there are a lot of people like myself, waiting for that riff line. So if what you're doing is this email, I understand, but I would like you to know that a lot of people are staying up who are teaching in the morning, who may not be able to sleep until they know that number, just in case that calculus helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Cammie, And yeah, and
sorry.
please make sure you state your name and your area.
Cami Kress, Sunset Elementary teacher. I want to echo what Shelley and Boyd said, that I know so many teachers that have been anticipating hearing the Riff line tonight, as has been traditionally done in past meetings. And I appreciate the intent of taking into consideration the things that superintendent said. But like Shelley and Boyd said, that want to express the strong desire of so many people to hear that number tonight, and not have to continue to wait for an email later. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. And then we have Deborah Walters.
Yeah. Just
oh, is Deborah Walters there? Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, you're muted, Deborah. You need to unmute yourself, or we need to help her unmute.
Got it.
There we go.
I got it.
All
Thank
right.
you for your direction. So I kind of would really like to close this meeting out with, like, I've been watching it all along, and like there's been no availability of chatting or making comment about the things that the board has been saying. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna call bullshit. And I know I shouldn't use profanity, but I'm just going to say right now that I think we need to consider our staff and our community when we're making these decisions. And I'm just really disappointed in where we're headed. So I hope you make some really great decisions on the board, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Thank you for your input.
You
All
bet.
right, that is the end of input. Oh, there is somebody in the room? Oh, sure.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to just
Start with just
oh,
for our
Danielle
record, just-
Zielinski. I'm from Liberty High School.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Rightfully so, because of the impact of PBSES and everything, we did spend all of our time discussing that and none of the rest of the items. So I want to thank Dr. Gallinger for asking to be allowed for extra time for the resolution. That's just something I wanted to just reiterate. That's important. And I'm fairly certain that athletics was mentioned in the levy as well, just broadly speaking. So that's all.
Thank you for your input. All right. Any comments, questions from the board?
We've talked about it so long. I don't think that these are like paired things. It's been very clear by the administration. So I don't think there's any point for more board conversation. I think that we should vote.
Well, let's see what everybody else thinks. I agree. All right. Then all those in favor of the reduction in force resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, and that resolution has passed. That was, oh yeah, and I can say that it was a 3-2 vote. I'm just making notes of that. It's late. Okay. All right, so we have finished off on those two items, and we will try to move as quickly as possible through the rest so you can send out the RIF notification. Unless there's any thought about that. And now we have monitoring for EL 12, which was really a review of interpretation because it's a new one. And unless anyone objects, I'd like to move it to a later meeting. Okay.
I don't object. Can we just send feedback to him over email?
You could do that, yes. Okay, and next up is capital projects. And Tom said he'd be quick, but I know we probably have some pictures of the shiny Cougar Mountain Middle School, maybe with the dedication. And since that was a great thing, let's give us a quick chance to celebrate that. It's a beautiful school. It was a lovely dedication.
Good evening, everyone. And yes, it was. So we had our dedication and ribbon cutting ceremony and building dedication on Monday afternoon. Board was in attendance. You can go down to the next slide. It was great. Ribbon cutting, students involved, people from the city, the board, student population, teacher population, principals, capital projects, almost all departments were.
And I was actually
Were there.
pleased that there were people from the 2016 bond where came to our celebration as well. I'm pleased that some of those folks were able to come and celebrate with us since they helped us get this school onto the project list and built.
Yep, the last big portion of the project that needs to be finished is the sports field. And that's underway. As you can see, that picture was taken today. And that will be completed by, we're looking in August and hopefully by the middle of August. And wanted to make the point, but that due to budget, we're not installing the field lights at this time. But we have time after about 3 years after certificate of occupancy to do that. We have the land use and the building permits in place to do that. High school number 4, elementary 17 site crossed a big hurdle with city council in last Tuesday or 2 Tuesdays ago. They voted 7-0 to approve the project. And so the site development permit and the master site plan have been approved by city council. We're now in a 21-day appeal period, which ends in April or in May, mid-May. Issaquah High School Stadium. Go ahead.
I just want to say congratulations
Yes.
because that was actually a really big deal. Sorry.
Yes.
That was amazing. And so much has been put into the work to put our project and all of the documents and such for these permits before the Development Commission and the Site Council, plus all the work that went on before it ever went to the Development Commission to try to work with the community around it and make the very best site plan for our 2 new schools as possible. So kudos to Capital Projects and everybody on your team and everybody that worked on that, because that was really a big deal to get this through the city council.
And those
Yes, and
presentations were really good.
Yeah,
I
oh.
learned a lot. I
Yes.
wish everybody in the community
Would-
had watched it.
Yeah.
And it's all on YouTube if you would like to, both the Development Commission meetings and the city council meetings. Sorry.
Yep. And thank you to the board and the community members that showed up to support the
Mhm.
the project. Issaquah High Stadium improvements moving forward. We are starting in early June with construction on the press boxes, and the project will probably linger into early to mid fall. Holly Street Early Learning Campus, Holly Street Early Learning Center, moving along. We expect TCO for staff to move in and start setting up the building in May, and we will have occupancy for students later on in the summer.
You have a question?
I do for Holly Street. Have we done, I guess, broader communication of what that campus will be for and used for? I know we talk about it here, but I've heard more comments recently, and maybe it was through some of the campaigning process. There doesn't seem to be a lot of broad knowledge of just how amazing that facility will be and what it adds to the community for early learners. And so I don't know, I'm asking if we've done, it would be great to just feature what that facility is going to become and add. And if we've done that, I just haven't seen it. I don't
I
remember.
think it's a really good point because there was plenty of community chatter about the fact that we bought this building and no corresponding community chatter about the amazing things going on in the building we vacated. And since those two things really balance each other out, I think it would be good if at some point in the not too distant future, we put something out about that.
Well, and I don't know, I was just gonna say, I don't know exactly what is, you know, with all the work that's going on there, whether we should have like a ribbon cutting or dedication for that building, which would also be an opportunity to then share, if it was something we could do soon, because that would give us an opportunity to share exactly what the Holly Street Early Learning Center is and what it is providing to our community. So if that's something we could tie all together, that would be super cool, because it would be great to celebrate that building and do it a dedication, ribbon cutting, whatever is the most appropriate thing.
Yep.
And then, sorry, Marnie.
Well, no, I wanted to go back to what Suzanne was saying about stuff we heard during the campaigning, which is the cost of this building. Could you clarify the cost of this building to the public? Because I'm not sure.
I'm gonna have Jake, he's got the numbers.
Starts with the purchase price of 22.5 million. I believe there was a renovation cost of around 12 to 14 million, if I remember correctly. It's Director Maraldo, I was sharing with Director Moore today, because I've taken some personal affront to some of the misinformation that's been out there. I think, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would say if there was a way to get an estimate of the value of this property today in our market, I wouldn't be surprised if this building was estimated somewhere in the $50 to $60 million range. We know that the sister building adjacent to us sold for quite a bit more than we purchased this building. Now, one caveat there, they had a 5-year lease agreement that they sold with it. So I'm sure that had value as well.
That building sold for 8 or 9 million more than this building about 10 months later.
Yes. So
that was pre real estate.
The reality is you all took that action to remind people. The original plan was to do a significant addition renovation to the Holly Street building. It became pretty apparent to us, because, you know, we've built quite a bit of stuff in this community in the last decade, that project was going to be next to impossible to do, given you can kind of see what the site is. And it for the size that we had grown with at one time, nearly 200 people working in this building, that was getting to have a big impact on that neighborhood community. We made the decision, you all made the decision, it was all done publicly, to take those resources and move them over to this project. What was the net effect of that? You now have a building, a facility that will serve your school district for the next 50 to 100 years, I would believe. You quadrupled your amount of parking. You own it. You also kept the space that you have. And to Sydney's point, we have not done a very good job of telling people that is going to be our awesome new Holly Street Early Learning Center, because if we had, you would have known that, you would have heard that better. So we have work to do there, but I would argue there is a net gain for the actions that you all took, that you should be proud of what you accomplished, because you have this facility, which serves our community tremendously well on a daily basis. You have that facility as well. So you had a net gain there. And again, my last point of frustration here is all of that work happened publicly, because that's the way you do your work. And it never came up until some people in this community wanted to make an issue of it, because they weren't being, I believe, in my opinion, honest with the community, and saying what they really meant was, we just really don't want a high school next door to us. And so I'm sorry, I think that was all ginned up after the fact. Where were they years ago when you all made those decisions?
And that public hearing to repurpose our bond funds was June 14th of 2017, if anybody would like to go back and listen to it. It was available for the public to give us input, and it detailed out the plan of the movement of the funds from taking what we were going to remodel, and part of the funds that we were going to use to buy land to buy this building and still be able to do the other things.
And
So
to
it was
put it
a
in
fully public process.
a very succinct few sentences. The bond was in 2016 was for just under $100 million for the promise of 4 school sites. We had $8 million bonded for $8.5 million bonded for admin improvements. with that 98 million and that 8, we were able to get 5 school sites and a new admin building. That sounds better to me than the 4 school sites that were promised and an admin remodel. So, I mean, that just succinctly put, and our admin square footage, Superintendent talked about the parking, our square footage also doubled for office spaces. So that's the recap of that. And it's not always easily done by email, or, you know, it can be complicated to explain, but again, all above board, repurpose the bond proceeds. And I believe the taxpayer and the voter in the long term are better served.
All right, thank you for that little tangent. Very good. And don't forget my dedication ribbon cutting type event, something that can shine light on and help us celebrate the Holly Street Early Learning Campus.
Sadly, I may have to come to that from a different position than the one I have today, but
I'm not sure when that is, but let's
absolutely.
keep that on the radar. Okay. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Sorry, you got me a little bit fired up there. I apologize.
It's late. Holly Street Campus Creek Bank repairs still ongoing. We're expecting to start that, the actual repairs when we get the permits and we are able to work in the water. So, which is a certain particular time of the year, July 1st through August 15th. And there's, is that any more questions? Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted to put that on their city's chart, but I thought.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you for hanging with us and giving us that update. It actually turned into a very good conversation.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right. So now we are on to legislative matters. So if Harlan have anything for legislation?
He's shaking his head no.
No, but Marnie does, so I'm going to turn it over to Marnie.
I did want to mention, and I texted Jake hoping he'd stick around because I wanted to get any comments he might have about the fact that the city of Sammamish is taking a vote on possibly eliminating their school concurrence from their building code. And that means that they will not have to consider, well, not building code, but their codes, their zoning code, so that they will not have to consider if schools have if the district has capacity in their schools for the zoning that they're doing. And so they are eliminating school concurrency if they vote to pass as presented. So I thought we might have an opinion about that, and we might want to share some opinion, possibly.
Well, I apologize, Director Ronaldo. I've been a little busy on some of this other stuff. I didn't even know that the city of Sammamish was doing that.
And I didn't know.
I'm caught a little bit flat-footed on that right now.
Concurrency, because like the city of Issaquah has just built over those years, and our schools never stopped them, right?
Right.
But that's been a problem. That's been a problem with at least that jurisdiction is that they continue to permit and allow changes in zoning and all of that without considering, okay, that building development that you've permitted, where have you left land or availability for schools?
Right.
And
so if Sammamish has such a thing, well, that is great. And we wouldn't necessarily want them to get rid of that at all. So,
okay, so based on the ultimate source of all knowledge, Facebook, this was posted as it's just a clip of their code. And under general requirements, it reads, all new development proposals, including any use, activity, or structure allowed by chapter blah, 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 that requires city approval shall be adequately served by the following facilities and services prior to the time of occupancy, recording, or other land use approval, as further specified in this chapter. It then lists sewage disposal, water supply, surface water management, streets and access, fire protection service, and schools, and they simply propose to eliminate the and schools.
Wow.
Now, my gut says that this mostly impacts Lake Washington, in that most of the big development that Sammamish discusses tends to be around the town center, which is in Lake Washington, but I could be wrong on that.
We're still in the other half of Sammamish, and they're not done growing, I'm assuming.
No, I think they've slowed down. But yeah.
Yeah.
But the big conversations are generally around the town center, which is.
Do we know when they might take that vote?
That's their
Director
next
Morales?
meeting. I don't know the date of it.
Next, okay, this was yesterday. Next meeting, city council is slated to vote on removing school concurrency from the code.
We'll have to do some looking into that and
I just really appreciate their
outreach.
engaging the school district prior to taking that type of vote.
yeah, I have not heard.
That
from
was
anybody on
sarcasm for
that.
anybody that's not.
Yeah, right. That would have been a key thing to have spoken to our superintendent board. Yeah.
Would have been nice.
Okay, yeah. So I have a note here. We can look into it. I knew nothing about it. So anything else on legislation? No. Okay, so works in progress.
Well, the first work that I want to report out on is that my RIF letter, or your RIF letter, I have now also sent out to all staff at the ISD. So it's out there. I apologize for anybody who was anxiously waiting for that, but if you check your email, I have no doubt, because I know that President Moore had already sent a copy of that letter to the IEA president, who probably in turn sent it right back out to our members as well. So they probably have two emails, one from the IEA president and one from the superintendent, that both communicate where the RIF line is. So I just want you all to know that. I'll be really brief because I know it's been a long night, but I just have to give a shout out to a couple of amazing programs in our district, and that is our sports med programs. I believe the board probably saw the email from Issaquah High teacher, Mr. Todd Parsons. This is almost remarkable to say, but they have now taken their 9th consecutive state title in the large school category of sports medicine competition. They're just amazing. That is a WANIC supported program as well. And I actually took a tour of the program with my WANIC colleague superintendents earlier in the school year. Very, very impressive. And Mr. Parson does an amazing job, and those students do an amazing job. But I also want to acknowledge that, as I understand it, in the sports med world, they break it up into the large high school division and the smaller high school division. Liberty High School is in the smaller high school division. And I want to congratulate that team because they also took 3rd place in the state finish. So we have some pretty incredible sports med programs here, 1st in the state in large and 3rd in the state in small schools. I learned recently about something else, and this one I have to give just a big shout out to our friends at the Issaquah Schools Foundation, because they are the supporter of this program. And I may have it stated a little bit incorrectly here, but essentially it is a mental health first aid program taught by a community member who is also a mental health worker. She lives in our community, and I heard a presentation at the foundation board meeting, and I was really impressed. We are about to hold our 2nd session. Each session has about 30 members, and in our first session, we had paraprofessionals, we had teachers, administrators, getting this training to be able to recognize mental health issues in our students. And we have another coming, and another 30 staff members will be trained. Kudos to our student interventions department and our one of our staff there, Ms. Melanie Bonanno. They just really appreciate the effort and the support from the Issaquah Schools Foundation. Again, that's mental health first aid. And for those staff who are taking that, kudos to them as well. And then just the last thing I wanted to say about works in progress, the cabinet team has been doing a wonderful job of preparing for our robust summer school. I know we've talked a lot about it earlier. There's a lot of planning and preparation that goes into that. It will be an inclusive model summer school. And I'm just, they're just doing some really great work to be prepared for that to happen this summer. That's all I had, President Moore.
One of those levy funded things?
Yeah, there's lots of levy funded stuff in everything we do.
Yeah. All right, announcements and correspondence. Does anybody have anything they want to report? I've sent all of mine to Diane. All right, and then we're on to calendar and future agenda topics. As you might know, we ended up postponing the town hall that we were supposed to have last night because we had some conflicts with folks. I worked super hard to find a date that worked for all 5 and found that to be absolutely impossible. There was strong desire on some people's part to be a part of this. And so the date that seems to have worked the best is June 7th. I'm personally not available, but the other 4 of you seem to be. And so if that continues to work for you, we could establish the town hall on that date. It would be at the Pine Lake Middle School Library. Everybody just has to realize we have a board meeting on June 8th and graduation of the 3 large high schools on June 9th. And then on June 10th, we have the Gibson Eck High School graduation at like 1 o'clock. So that's what you're setting yourself up for if that works, but that works for me because I can't be there. You don't have to go. Or we can leave it to the fall. I mean, at this point, there were just simply no other days between now and the end of the school year where we had and even 4 of the right people to do it. So like I said, this option or putting it in the fall where we start with a new date.
My only question with that was on my calendar, I have the Pine Lake Orchestra concert on Monday. Is it on Tuesday?
No, I thought the choir was on Tuesday. The choir's on, oh.
Okay, just want to make sure because I wouldn't be available
Right.
if it was orchestra. 'cause
Yes,
that's-
right. But I think when you and I talked, you must have gotten it tangled because when you and I talked, you'd said specifically it was choir. And so, so that doesn't create a conflict on that one. And in any building, there'll always be multiple things going on for other things. But this is the best option I have been able to come up with based on everyone's availability.
I know it's not ideal to not have everyone there. I really think that we should get our 3rd one in this year. Just because I think we should start over again next year and have them every year. I think there's always gonna be things to listen about.
If everybody, if the 4 of you are all still available and that works, then we would just take a motion to establish the town hall on June 7th at 7 p.m.
You'd need a motion,
I
wouldn't
do.
you?
I do.
And if I didn't make one,
Then you wouldn't have to do it.
I move, where was the location?
It's June 7th at 7 p.m. at the Pine Lake Middle School.
Yes, that. So move.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Is that good enough, Diane? At 7 p.m. That was said in there. Yeah. Okay. So all those in favor of a town hall, June 7th at 7 p.m. at the Pine Lake Middle School. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so this is approved. We took our action and we're good. All right. So you guys can put that official on the calendar now. We really need to plan some retreat dates out in I know, but see, this is where we run into our challenge I would say out in August. As we move forward with our new superintendent, because we're going to want to be meeting and meeting. So we're going to have to try to figure out how to get that out there. I'll work on that and send out some information. And then so that I don't lose track of it, I have a note here and I'm just going to do it in this particular place, but we approved GP5 in our consent agenda, which now allows the board president to appoint 2 people to be board members to review the student rep applications. And so because I know that is coming up, I need 2 volunteers to review student applications. Do I have any volunteers that I can appoint?
I would like to volunteer to do that.
Okay.
I would love to volunteer to do that.
Oh, right. I'm feeling really good about this. Then I appoint Sydney and Marnie to be two representatives to review the applications for our student reps. And then now we can do this one now, or I could put it off to later because we haven't quite gotten to the new year, but I also get to appoint 1 to 2 board members to be liaisons to our first batch of students. And if anybody would like to volunteer for that now and establish that, I'd be happy to do my appointment.
You know, I am so thrilled with this work and that we are getting applicants. So I'm so thrilled that I would love to do that, Anne. Thank you.
And I would also like to work on that.
Excellent. Well, then I will appoint the 2 of you. I think it's great that you guys are taking us through our inaugural year. Would that be the right way to say it? As we have set up our new policies and our new plan, and as we select our new students through that process, and then to get our students off to a great start. So I'm glad we've established that. And so we're good. And then that was the last thing I had, other than I would like us to re-adjourn to our exec session for even the shortest amount of time. Because when I walked into here, I said we recessed that one and we were going to go back into exec session, maybe just for 10 minutes. Just that's it. Okay. And then everybody can be